Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
Welcome to the 900. Hey, look, welcome to the B Gert Show. If I win this lotto, I'm buying me some people inbound. Buying a person, motherfucking person. I'm gonna have me a white slave named Roach. Hello from the other side. I'm gonna have me a white slave named Roach. A white slave. You remember that shit? What was that, Friday? My white slave Roach. Buy me a motherfucking person if I win this damn lotto. I'm trying to tell you, motherfuckers. Shit. That motherfucking 3 Bugattis. Motherfucking helipad on my house. Everything gonna be covered in diamonds. I'm gonna have like 3 Rolex watches, iced out, a goddamn 100-carat gold platinum chain, a goddamn cubic zirconiums in that shit. That shit expensive enough. But remember, my money gonna have diamonds on it. I'm gonna get my $100 bills diamond encrusted. Trying to tell you, I'm gonna have all kinds of money. I'm gonna buy people wives and shit. I'm fucking buy Detroit. Raise the rent in that motherfucker. If I win that motherfucker, damn. Motherfucking buying gun channels. And Google Plus and YouTube. All that shit. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. Nope. I might need $1 trillion for that shit. Shit, if nobody keep winning, shit, fucking lotto might get up to $1.5 billion. Damn, you think $1.5 billion? You probably bring it home 600, 700 million. You said all you need is $1 million?
All I need is $500,000.
Nah, I spend that.
Just buy me a house.
I blow $500,000 easy. I blow that on Amazon.com. Fuck. I can blow $500,000 before we get off shift on my cell phone. Trying to tell you, fucking $500,000. That's fucking tough change. Man, what? That's like a fucking car and like 2 spare tires for me.
That's a good one, yo. That's hilarious.
Shit, man. I'm trying to tell you, man.
Oh,
fuck. Goddamn $500,000. I get that shit back. Fucking $500,000. Gert gonna do with $500,000. Not a goddamn thing. Shit. Motherfuckers. The fuck is taking this damn thing to load up?
Hey, Girk, are me and you the only ones actually here live?
Damn, I thought I was the only one. I was trying to make this the Gert takeover.
Okay, because I think everybody's over at I Hate Guns and G-Webs.
What's on I Hate Guns?
That's G-Webs. That's where he does broadcasts sometimes, and the reason he names it that is just try to suck antis into it by mistake.
I know what I Hate Guns is. I didn't know they were doing a chat. Yeah, I've been in I Hate Guns before.
I do not know the topic.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I thought this was that, so I'm going to jump out, and I'll let you have your own rant time.
No, send me the link, though. Post the link for me in the chat.
I don't have the link yet. I got to go find it.
Yeah, okay. I'm saying when you do, post it down for me so I can get in it as well.
Okay, I'll tell them you're looking for the link. No problem.
Thanks, bro.
Bye.
All right. And back to motherfucking B-Gert's lobby takeover chat. If I win this motherfucking lotto, man, I'm going to have some motherfuckers develop a motherfucking gun where if I squeeze a motherfucking trigger one time, it make all the fucking bullets in the world go off. Shit. In gun violence. One bullet at a time. Shit. If I win this lotto, I'm banning all the motherfucking guns. So only I can have them. Fuck. Take that, motherfuckers. Shit. All that shit. I'm gonna go motherfucking. I'm buying Hillary. The skull fucker. Hammerman Cruz blower boot. Who the fuck is this link, Dano? I be talking all kinds of shit. To catch me at the Ritz Carlton. All right, I'm gonna hop out this chat while
What's up, man?
Not much. How are you?
Good. G-Webs is all business tonight, so I jumped out of his chat.
Yeah, I saw his podcast up.
I just offhand was like, oh, hey, guys, I wanted to, after I, discuss some museum stuff in Texas to do, I was like, hey, let me show you this new holster I made real quick that I made for myself. And he's like, we're talking about trips here. I was like, okay. So I left.
Yeah, he's talking about his cross-country trip.
I know.
Which
Yeah,
I'm hoping to see him whenever he goes to Tulsa. A buddy of mine and I talked a little bit today, and I'm thinking about going to the Tulsa gun show.
So it doesn't show up very good on camera, but that right there is a paddle holster cross draw. So you put that on your left side to pull with your right hand, but this one I stuck a concho on.
Cool.
Hey, well, I'm wearing a Nathan's Armory steel-belted radial right now, capable of holding up any handgun ever made. This thing is awesome. Thank you. Loving it.
Are you aware that if you get an actual gun and they shoot you in the belt, I can almost guarantee that it will go through the belt, you, and the other side of the belt?
I don't know. I mean, like a 22, I might be able to deflect with this belt.
It's possible.
No, but very happy with it. You did a bang-up job. Thank you.
And that truly, a lot of that edge work that I did on it to smooth the edges out, I did by hand for like a couple days just because I was bored talking. And I'm like, so if you ever see me sitting here doing this, that's me. Because I can do it with, I have a machine to do it with, which is what I initially do it with, but I've discovered if I do it by hand, I get a lot better.
This is really, I mean, I've got a lot of gun belts, and this is really the most rigid, I think, of all of them, including if you have like Kydex inserts and stuff.
Really? I mean, I just take my regular shoulder leather and put two pieces of it together, glue them, and then sew them. And I guess other people that make gun belts just use thinner leather, but I'm like, well, it's supposed to be thick.
I've got some that are really rigid and nice, and I've got others that, I've got one for this a Bullard leather belt, DM Bullard Company. They've been around for a very long time, making quote-unquote gun belts and holsters. And their leather is so soft, it's thick, but it's so soft, I feel like I should have bought it at a department store. It doesn't do a damn thing for holding up a belt, or holding up a gun.
Well, I have the same problem with all of my belts.
Well, I can fix that for you.
I'll tell you, Nathan started shooting off the mouth and saying, no, I don't make floppy belts. I make good belts. And I said, oh, yeah, prove it. Send me one. I'll pay for it. He sent me a very reasonable invoice and an outstanding belt.
Yep, and his website will be completed soon, and that's all I'll say on that.
That's awesome.
Almost done with it. We got to fix the email though.
If I had one note, it is on the belt. It is you bring your holes all the way to the end of the tang. Usually, most belts you look for about 3 inches at the end of the tang, but it doesn't bother me on yours. But it was something kind of different about your belt that I noticed.
Hold on, you did send me that thing where you went, well, at this point, I'm a 40, I'm 40 blah. And then if I wear this, I'm a 1 inch more. If I wear this, I'm 1 inch more. So I was like, you know what, I'm not going to risk him.
No, I am dead in this. I am dead in the center. I am dead in the center hole.
You should have asked him what he weighed after the holidays.
Well, it was right after the holidays, and I said, if I wear no gun, it's this. if I'm wearing OWB, it's this, and if I'm wearing IWB, it's this. Basically, 1 inch between the three settings. So he gave me a 9-hole belt.
That's right.
And my standard, and the standard setting I asked for is dead on the center hole, just where I need it.
And that ain't easy. You got to realize the first couple belts I made were not on the money, because belts and waist sizes are two very different things.
Oh yeah.
So it's just one of those things where it's
do
like,
not go by somebody who doesn't know gun belts telling you what size they are.
Yeah.
Rule of thumb is add what, 4 inches, 5 inches, if they're telling you their pant size.
about 3 inches to whatever they say is the center hole on theirs. Add 3 inches to it, and it'll be the center hole if they wear it without a gun on it.
Yeah, if they're wearing it without a gun, I'd add 4 or 5 inches.
That's what she
They're
said.
telling you their pant size.
Well, no, and I pretty much am trying to. Anyway, I got a formula, and I'm glad to hear that I'm getting better at it.
Can you hear the background noise through my mic?
Yes.
Okay.
What are you playing with?
But I was and still am very impressed. Very nice belt. I am proud to own a Nathan's Armory belt.
No. Sheepdog leather.
Leather.
Okay. Sheepdog leather belt. Well, you should have sent me a few business cards.
I forgot to send you business cards. I'm an idiot. Okay, I can fix it. I got a stamp.
Just a
It's the
stamp.
stamp.
The Liberty stamp. All right.
Yeah.
We got to do this all proper.
So, Night Strike, I was showing them. This is my new cross-draw holster with my little Texas Star concho on it.
Ah, nice. You need to take a picture of it so we can put it on the website.
I'm going to. Tomorrow it's supposed to be sunny. I'm going to take all my holsters I have here out, and I'm going to go on a modeling shoot with them in the park and find nice rustic backgrounds. So that's tomorrow afternoon's plan. Better than that board in my backyard like you're looking at right now, Night Strike.
Yeah.
But since we have Lawyer in the chat, I really wanted to ask Sean. So this concho is for Texas Flare, but it's also for a secondary purpose. Now that open carry is legal in Texas, I think that if I wear this, I'm less likely to be hassled by random people.
Yeah, but the star could be construed as being part of the law.
But it's not. It's totally different.
Yeah, it's on the holster. It's not on my belt. It's down here to the side. It's flare, and I've seen other holsters with conchos on them, star conchos. So
good.
it's not an indication that I'm a police officer at all.
Okay.
That's a nice holster.
Again, Sean, you're a lawyer.
I don't think
Oh, we
Sean
got-
was a lawyer.
I thought Sean employed an army of lawyers.
Right. He's not a lawyer.
He's not a lawyer. He just has an army of them, right, Sean?
You talking to me? I'm not a lawyer.
Okay,
No,
other
no.
Sean.
Florida carry Sean.
Sean.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
See, Sean just proved her point. He's not a lawyer.
Wow.
Well,
Not what he said at all.
if Florida Sean ever needs to go repelling, he's got the belt for it now.
anyways, how you guys doing tonight?
Pretty good. How are you doing, Sean?
Not too bad.
Sean, too.
Yeah, I'm the non-lawyer Sean.
I don't think the other Sean's a lawyer either.
Yeah.
I thought he was, because he always talks about Florida carry, so I thought he was just a lawyer who supported that. But I guess
No,
he's not.
no, I don't think he
He'll be
is.
back in a minute to explain that to me. What are we going to call the Sean with the
1911 Sean?
1911 Sean?
Sounds good. All right, I like that.
Florida Sean and 1911 Sean. There we go. Problem
All right.
solved.
Sounds
I love 1911, so I can prove that.
All right.
I don't have an American 1911. I just have a Philippine 1911.
I started watching the live chat that you were on there, Nathan. From the Edge live chat, the Buy It Now. I think that was last night.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been trying to buy as much as I can, you know, just to get just to be ready, just in case there's another run on ammo and mags.
Actually, at the pawn shop I was at today, one of my friends worked there, and she says that there is a run on 9mm going right now that she cannot buy hardly any 9mm in bulk from the suppliers that she works with.
I've been seeing a lot of 9mm off the shelves either, and I went to my local Walmart just to pick up some 45, and I was like, happened to glance over, I'm like, wow, there's like no 9mm. I'm glad I have a 45 and a 40. That way, there was plenty of that on the shelves, because I remember back in 2013, there was all the, you know,
remember 40 that was gone?
Yeah.
40 owner.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 40 was the only round that didn't sell out. 9, 22, 45, 380, all that, 38s, 357s, all that sold out. The only thing on the shelves was 40 Smith & Wesson and 44 Magnum.
Yeah, I know.
That's about 2 years ago that you couldn't find 40, though.
That was why I bought the 40. I was like, just in case there's another, just to be prepared, you know, for the next time around.
Yeah, and the reason I bought for like this holster's for an M&P 40 that I got for $300 trade-in. Great deal, by the way. I've shot it. I can shoot it just as well as my 45 or my 9. I can shoot it just as fast because of my stance and the way I shoot.
Right.
So I'm not worried about it. But you know, I shoot a 44 freaking Magnum. Okay, so if I feel comfortable defending myself against wild animals with 44 mag, which I've done.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about a 40 Smith & Wesson that a 100-pound female FBI agent can qualify with.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
I mean, not a significant amount of energy difference. It's just more muzzle rise than the other ones, but it's still not as bad as a 44 Magnum or a 357. Yep. And people have carried those for years and years in hunting and law enforcement. So, again, the whole stigma, it always cracks me up because people have all these like misconceptions in their brain. So, other day, I'll give you an example. Talking to my buddy, asked me about elk hunting, and he had been elk hunting for one of my clients. And he goes, yeah, you know what you need for elk hunting? I went and shot this elk right in the neck with a Magnum lever gun. And I'm like, he goes, it dropped right in its tracks. And I went, okay.
Yeah.
And then he goes, but I shot another one with a different time with a 270 in it. Dropped it too. I was like, okay. And I said, you know, I hunt them with a 375 H&H. And anytime you say that you hunt elk with a 375 H&H, somebody says that they know someone who killed it with a blowgun. You know, I knew a guy that stabbed one with an ice pick. You don't need a 375 H&H for that. You know, but this guy actually gave me a good answer. He goes, I shot one with a 243, and I had to go after that SOB. I tracked it for 2 miles, and some other hunters done shot it. I went, yeah. Don't shoot with the 243, numbskull.
Has anyone said they shot one with a 500 nitro?
No, nobody ever says that. It's always, I always say the word 375, and somebody mentions the smallest legal caliber possible to hunt them with.
You know, if anyone ever says like with nitro, you need to ask, okay, show me proof, otherwise I don't believe you.
Right.
You know what I said to the last guy who told me the 243 one? I said, I was at the range, and he says, I say to him, oh yeah, this is 375, I hunt elk with this. He goes, I got a buddy of mine who killed one with a 243. And I looked at him and I said, really? Because I bought my 9-year-old a 243. You wouldn't shoot a cat with a 243. Come on.
Yeah. 243 is pretty much designed for whitetail deer, really. I mean,
yeah, that's perfect for a whitetail. A 100-pound whitetail, 150-pound whitetail maybe. 200 200-pound whitetail, you might get 50. 900-pound elk, yeah, that's fine for that.
243 is a rare round though. You don't really see too much of that, do you?
No, kids do. Yeah, 243 is the standard youth deer hunting round.
Yeah.
Because it's just neck down 308.
Yeah, that's all it is.
And 708 is a very gaining in popularity. 7 mag 08, but 243 does about the same thing as a 708. I think not much difference for whitetail.
So what is it? 243? It has a recoil like the 223 or 556, basically.
More than that,
A little
but
more
less
than that.
than a 308.
Yeah.
So take your recoil from a 308, take your 223, go right in the middle. You got a 243 recoil.
Okay. Yeah. It's not manageable.
Because it's more powder, but it's pushing a very light bullet, so the felt recoil is not as bad as a 308.
So it's still a 30 caliber bullet, right? But it's
No, it's a 243.
Oh yeah, 243. Okay, yeah.
But you're pushing a lighter bullet, so you're instead of shooting a 308 at let's say 150 grains, you're pushing a 90 grain bullet, which is considerably heavier than a 223.
Yeah.
But it doesn't kick that bad. My 9-year-old can handle 243.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't go after an elephant with one or an elk.
No.
And again, it's personal preference. But I'm of the mindset is I want to shoot them and have them drop. I've seen videos of people shooting elk with 338 Lapuas at 1,000 yards. They videotape it, and those elk drop. It's like you cut their knees off with a samurai sword when you hit them with a 338.
Sure.
You know, so that's the effect I want. I want to knock the SOBs over and not have to chase them or put a second round in them. And I've seen other videos where people shoot them with other rifles, and they hit them, and the guy goes, "Rack that bolt, hit them again," because they get back up. Hit them again, 3 rounds to drop them. They're big animals, and at range, you got the power.
Absolutely.
I mean, anything will work if you can ear hole something, but I mean, here's the deal. The way I hunt elk, I jump them up and shoot them when they're running. Yes. So I haven't shot one yet, but I've beaded them and stuff. But I hunt through the woods, and they're bedded down, and they jump up, and you got like click, aim, fire. That's what you got.
Now, what do you take when you hunt? Where do you go elk hunting at?
Colorado.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay, nice. Yeah, because I remember one chat you were saying in Texas, I know there's no elk in Texas, but if you want to hunt white-tailed deer in Texas, I think Matt said it too, it's very hard to find land to hunt on in Texas, right?
Yeah,
it's all privately owned.
All the land is privately owned, and it's farmland. Yeah. And then the few places that there's public lands, like let's say the LBJ National Grasslands, you go out there and they don't allow you to use a rifle. They make you use a black powder musket or a slug gun to hunt your deer. You cannot bait on that land either. If they catch you throwing out corn or a salt lick, they come and give you a ticket and take your gun away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you lived in Texas, not California.
No, I mean, they let you hunt out there. They just don't let you. In Texas, hunting deer, how do I say this? That when they feel hunting pressure, they pretty much go nocturnal. So without the ability to have them come out at dawn and dusk to some type of thrown corn feeding mechanism, you'd never see them because nobody's got big enough land that you could stalk them and find them in their bedding areas. You'd have to have a giant ranch to do that.
Yeah. There's a lot of states that don't allow you to bait. So.
Well, I mean, I've been baiting out at my deer lease for 5 years with my corn feeder. Now, hogs come all the time.
Here in Arkansas, you could shoot them underneath feeders.
Yeah, in Texas you can too. I'm just saying, my feeder at my deer lease, the deer come in the middle of the night. They don't come in daylight, ever almost. But the hogs, you can shoot those at night. So I hunt the hogs at night, and I see the deer there, and I can't pull the trigger on them. Bastards.
Yeah.
If I had a bigger lease, then I could probably stalk hunt the deers, but I only got 50 acres, and every time I try to stalk hunt them, they typically hear me before I get there because it's just covered in mesquite trees. So they see me before I can get up on them. which in Colorado, when you're hunting in the mountains, hunting elk, the forest is much more open, because you got these giant pines.
Yep.
And you got 10 to 20 feet between each tree, and you
Oh,
can
yeah,
walk the
it
paths.
was.
And I've come within 30 yards of bedded down elk, and they jump up.
Yeah.
It scares the tar out of you because it sounds like a horse getting up in a hurry. Pretty intense. I love it.
I kicked up an elk one time when I was out west, and I was out in Arizona. I kicked one up in the mountain there.
A little bit of pee
Get
in
the
your,
shit out of me.
little bit of pee in your pants.
Yeah. I saw some of the big
Love
jump up. I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's an elk.
it ain't like stepping on a flock of quail, is it?
No, it's not like kicking up a deer either. I'm like, wow, that's a big animal. I'm like,
Yeah,
holy
it's
shit.
like holy crap.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. I'm like,
I swear
wow.
they're the size and they sound like horse when they run away.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that they run into trees with their horns and just you hear
Yeah.
snapping.
I've seen my fair share of moose, and they're just as big, if not bigger than elk.
Yeah, moose are a little different. There's not quite as many, and they're usually around boggier areas. But yeah,
Yeah.
I've not run around into a moose where I hunt.
Yeah.
I do know that there are bears there because I've seen
Yeah.
bear sign and bear tracks.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to figure out how the elk had like totally ripped a stump apart and why they did it, and then it dawned on me when I saw the little holes. I went, "That's a black bear ripped that stump apart and was sticking his nose down to eat termites."
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean the black bears, they'll find a rotten log and they'll. It looks like a hamster cage that's
Just
20
tearing it
feet
apart.
around. Yeah, I mean it's literally they turn it into sawdust with their claws, eating
Yeah.
the bugs. And here's the really cool thing is, I went in September, and up on top of that mountain, when I went down it, there was a level of that mountain that literally looked like a rainforest.
Oh, wow.
There was that much growth and stuff. And we're talking like, this is September, it's 50 degrees. You know, at night it got down to 40. It hadn't hit freezing, it hadn't snowed yet, but this place was lush and growing. I couldn't believe the vegetation was doing that well in those cool temperatures for that long. But I guess it's mountain vegetation, so it's hardier until it snows.
Yeah.
But it was pretty cool because I was like looking around, like going, "There's mushrooms and crap growing, and all this greenery, and there's water flowing everywhere from the snow melt that's coming through the mountain cracks." It was pretty cool.
Kind of like something you would see in the Northwest instead of.
I expected a freaking hobbit to jump out at one point. I was looking around like, seriously, there should be hobbits here or Smurfs.
This is in
weird.
Colorado, huh?
I mean, yeah, up near Telluride in September, so it's not winter yet, but it's getting cool. You know.
I didn't think Colorado. I mean, I've been through Colorado. I've been to Colorado. I've never seen lush forest like that in Colorado. Usually,
And again, it's not lush like that at the base of the mountain. It's not.
Yeah.
It's mountain. It's tundra where there's like this. You wouldn't call it grass. You would call it almost like, I don't know, like something that grows on an orange if you leave it in the fridge too long.
Yeah.
I mean, it literally is this ground
Moss.
that is moss covered. Yeah, up in the tundra area, it's moss covered, and you can see like a little bit of snow up there that's melting through the cracks and stuff. Everything's wet, and then as you go down right below the moss area, about probably 200 yards below that is the lush vegetation area, and then
Okay.
if you go another 200 yards down the mountain, then you're in normal woods.
Nice.
So it's like a weird layer to it. I don't get it, but it's really weird. But it was awesome. It was beautiful. I took a lot of pictures and video, take some of it, and it's like really impressive.
Yeah, when you shoot an elk, you must get an awful lot of meat when you get an elk.
I haven't done it yet, but
Yeah.
that's when the real problem starts. Is when you actually
Well,
are seeing.
I mean, I know guys who go up north and go moose hunting, and they usually hire a guide and all that because when you're shooting the moose is the easy part from what I hear. Then then you get you need an ATV or a truck to drag it out. You're not dragging an animal of that size out with just you and your buddy just dragging it by the horns. I mean, you need an ATV.
I know. What you have to do is I take along 5 game bags.
Yeah.
And you quarter the elk up, 1 leg per bag, and then the other, like the back strap and the neck meat in another bag. So you have 5 bags. You then proceed to hang those up in trees, and you carry the first bag down. And then you have a choice. You can go back up the mountain 4 more times, or you can go try to find someone with some horses and pay them to go up the mountain, take it down for you. So that was what I was going to do towards my last day, is just do that. But again, I think if my wife possibly would let me go this year, which I don't think is going to happen, but we'll see. I'm going to go to a different area where the mountain range, it's pretty neat. It's these mountains that have these trails going down them, and the mountains are in linear fashion. Like there's 3 sets of mountain ranges that go in lines. It's a really weird type of thing. But I looked at it on Google Maps, and I can ride a bicycle 2 miles down that hiking path.
Oh, wow.
And it's not flat, but it's not that bad uphill. So I get a pack, my buddy, and we got 2 mountain bikes, and we go back there 2 miles and make camp.
Yep.
And in the morning, we hunt back there.
Oh, okay.
And the rest of the hunters are starting at where we began, and hopefully the game is either where we're at or on our way. But then you just carry the elk out on the bikes. But you got to get about at least a mile away from any campsites and stuff to encounter elk. That's the trick, is getting in deep. But then that's the curse, because then how do you get it out? Well, a bicycle, putting meat on a bicycle and carrying it out is the best way.
Yeah.
Minus horse.
Elk around here, just, right off the freaking road.
Well, okay. Well, okay. So the master plan is this: I win the Powerball, I get a house in Wyoming, and I make sure that I build my cabin where I have a good gun rest built into the bathroom on the window, and I can just kind of be like, oh, there's my elk.
Pretty much.
I mean, there are people that actually build their houses and can shoot deer out of their bathroom windows because they're so rural.
That's how I shot a deer a couple years ago out of a buddy's cabin. I was on the shitter, and I'm like, "There's some deer there." I'm like, "Hey, bud, David, hand me my gun through the door," and I stuck it out.
Hey, I need. I need my Taurus. You need toilet paper? No, I need my Taurus. Wait, your gun? Yeah, my gun. Give me my gun.
Oh man.
Yeah. Toilet paper, yeah.
Yeah, got about 75-yard neck shot.
That's one of those Jeff Foxworthy things. You might be a redneck if you ever shot a deer from your bathroom window.
There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, man.
Yeah, I just looked at it and I liked the 375 round. They had one at Cabela's. No one ever bought the 375, but I reload because you know what a box of 375 for the cheap 20 round boxes of Remington Forelock?
How much?
Well, back in that day, it was $67, and that was 7 years ago. I don't know how much it is now.
Yeah.
But that's the low end stuff.
Wow.
And
For 20 rounds.
for 20 rounds, $67. So you're talking over $3 a round, easy, plus tax on that. So almost $3.50 a round, I guess. But me, every day. So it doesn't cost me a whole lot more reloading a 375 H&H versus a 7 mag.
Yeah.
Of course, I use extra bullets, so it costs about $1.10 a round.
So that's not the type of gun you want to shoot all day. And that's just, you fire a couple shots and sight it in, and
Well, and again, it's sighted in with a 3x9 Leopold on it that
yeah.
I got off of Bud's other gun that I bought off him, and I really wanted the Leopold because I never had one, but I like it a lot. A good clarity, good scope. But I'm not doing long range work with it. Nothing over 300 yards. But like I have it set at 200 yards, and I took it out to my deer lease where we have a field in the front that was mowed down, and I put a steel brake disc off my car that was had ground grooves into it, and I'd replaced it, so I had the old one. So I hung that up, went out to 300 yards, laid down, and granted, at 200 yards, I shoot all day long with it at my gun range. So I laid down at 300 yards, aimed at the top of the disc, because I knew it was going to drop about 6 inches from my ballistic calculations, fired, and hit it dead center 2 inches to the right.
Oh, nice.
Just ping, and I went, I'm done. Threw down the mic, done. So I'm like, I know it works at 300 yards. Anything past that, a lot of my level of expertise.
What gun was that you were shooting?
375 H&H Remington 700.
How many rounds have been put through that rifle?
The barrel that is on it now has probably only seen 200 rounds through it.
That's a lot. I mean, for that type of round. I mean, for the price of that of each round.
Anywise, yeah, that's about $300 worth of ammo, but that's not a big deal. But I ruined the original barrel trying to drill it out to make a muzzle brake on the end of it because nobody was willing to muzzle brake the barrel, and so I said, well, screw it. Nobody's willing. Here's the problem with the barrel is because the round is not that high pressure around as current magnums are. The barrel that they used was the standard barrel, just drilled out more, so it didn't have any meat on the outside of the barrel. So when I took it to gunsmiths and they mic'd it, they went, if I put it on this, it doesn't have enough meat and it'll blow the end of the barrel off. So I'm not willing to compensate it, to break it, to put a brake on. So I said, well, I'll get a drill press. I'll drill it myself.
Right.
So I drilled it and started shooting it, and it worked, but it just couldn't get the accuracy down. And a buddy of mine, I told him what I did, there at the gun range, and he's a gunsmith. And my buddy Ken goes, mind if I take that home and take a look at that for you? Because if you drilled through the lands, it's never going to shoot right. And I went, okay. So he went home and he goes, yeah, you drilled through the lands, dude. This thing is not going to work. So I ordered off Midway a Schillen replacement barrel, sent it to him. The Schillen barrel was thicker and heavier, so he was able to put a compensator on it, or a brake, not a compensator, a brake. And now it shoots like a 30-06 because it has a brake on it. And I think I get at 200 yards, I can shoot about a 1-inch group.
Oh, nice.
But that's shooting like solid copper Barnes bullets.
That will work.
With just the right weight powder charge behind it. That's what you got to do. And my next project to do over the spring and summer is I got a new 7 mag with a brake on it that's on a Boyd thumbhole wooden stock, and that's going to be my other hunting rifle for long range work. For my, like give it to my buddy, and then I carry the 375, and then if I take my cousin-in-law, he doesn't have a gun, so give him that one, and it's like, well, if I got a shot on an elk and it's too far away, okay, sweet, give me my other rifle.
Yeah.
So you said you shoot the full copper Barnes, right?
Yes.
You ever hit any meat with that?
Not yet.
I was kind of wondering what it does, how the performance is in meat.
You know, the pictures show that it's a pretty flour. Don't know
Okay.
what reality. Now, let's think of it this way. I shoot them with the fully copper barns, and it goes into the elk, and it doesn't mushroom and open up. It's still a 375 hole,
True.
which is better than a 30 cal.
Right.
So even if it didn't open up, it would still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you know, I was doing something when you guys were talking about, you know, 243s and all that other shit. I built a AR for my nephew for his first deer hunting gun up in Missouri for Christmas. I mean, he's 9 and he wants to get out and shoot, so I thought that'd be decent. He could, you know, you can take down decent deer with it and still go out and shoot and have fun. And yes, we did transfers across state line.
Nice.
Yeah.
So here's another thing about elk as an animal. Because of just their general size, you need to get a certain penetration depth into their vital organs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And unlike humans, elk have fur, thicker skin, thicker muscles, thicker bones, and thicker everything, so that in order to get into their vital organs, it's much harder. It's not like, you know, shooting ballistic jelly. It's a lot harder than that.
Yeah.
And I actually found an article finally where somebody scientifically figured out that if your bullet ain't going 1,200 feet per second when it hits that elk and it gets in the shoulder, it ain't punching through the shoulder.
Oh, really?
It was interesting to have someone who finally gave an actual definition that said you need 1,200 foot-pounds of energy on impact to bust an elk shoulder. So a 240 does that at point-blank range, but at 100 yards it doesn't. So again, your 7 mags, all your Magnum rounds at distance will do that. Your normal rounds, your 308s, will do that at close range, but not at distance. So again, when you look at successful elk hunts and people who put elk down, they go with the bigger cartridges because they need the penetration.
That's for the bigger rounds.
Yeah, they need the ass behind it.
Right, because they're
It's all about that ass.
Because they're not going 6 inches into the elk. They got to get a damn foot to 18 inches into the elk.
Yeah, I was going to say 14, 18 inches.
Hey, you pay all that money for those special rounds, you know.
That's the biggest problem I have with people about ballistics, is they don't understand that people and animals have significantly different densities.
Yeah.
I mean, for us versus deep regular deer, yeah, they're a little bit denser, but not all that much more dense than us.
What about a wild pig?
I mentioned a pig's
That's
a lot bigger.
different. That is different.
Wild pig.
A 200-pound wild pig, you're not taking it down with a 223.
Right. I mean, 223 actually has a lot of energy behind it, but like a 45 ACP, I watched a video where a guy kept shooting a pig with a 45 ACP and it kept chasing him around in circles. He had to empty a mag in it.
No, those rounds weren't designed to shoot, animals. 223.
Yeah, no, they weren't. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to pass on here is
Don't tell the guys in ARFCOM that, because they've got a whole thread on them killing hogs with 5.56.
Yeah.
well, no. I've watched people in helicopters shoot pigs with 5.56 and 308. It was cool because there was a video where there were 2 door gunners and they're both shooting videos, and one had a 223 and one had a AR-10 and one had an AR-15, right? So they were shooting the pigs. The guy with the AR-15 averaged 2 to 3 shots to drop a pig. The guy with the 308 did it on the first or the second shot. Never had to put a third round into the pig. So it was almost like the guy shooting the 223 was almost shooting twice the ammo as the 308 guy on the Wild Pigs.
Well, it's because it costs half as much. That's why. Hey, how's it going, Ballistic?
Good. Welcome to the chat.
Thanks, yeah. Much. Just shot a match today. That was fun. First time I've shot since September or November.
How'd you do?
It was alright. Got first place in my class, but fourth place in my division. I was a little slow and some stuff. It's been a little rusty and just haven't practiced, but it was fun to get back.
They have a twink class?
What's that? A Twinkie class? Yeah, alright. It's not my weight, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm gonna. I was supposed to shoot a competition tomorrow, but she canceled it because she couldn't get the range set up because there's rain, snow here today, so she couldn't get it set up. So she's gonna push it off a week.
Actually, it wasn't that bad today. I was crazy cold. It warmed up, but the reason it warmed up is because it's been raining. So it's kind of like just really cloudy, overcast, no sun. So it was a little cool, but horrible.
Yeah. Tomorrow's high here is supposed to be 30.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that sucks.
And I'm gonna hit the range because I need to get some. I need to get some practice in.
Yeah, I went to the ranges today.
What up, B. Gert?
What?
Said what up?
I got gas and the coke. I don't want my leg. Oh.
Gert, you got a lot there. Do you have a headset on and you're trying to eat your old lady out or something?
Oh my god. Jesus.
That's not me with the static, motherfucker.
I think it's Sean, 1911 Sean. The
All
static.
I know I got is gas and the coke. I don't sell my leg no more.
Is that Florida Carry, Sean?
And the
No,
girl-
1911 Sean.
There's two Sean.
I was gonna say what I do.
So what's going on, fellas? What's up, man? What's going on?
I have mine muted.
Right now, I am hand priming cases.
Yes. Are you sending me something?
No,
Motherfucker.
because as soon as I get my
You know we get you in trouble.
as soon as I get my other guns back, I'm going to go ahead and see how fast I want to basically make up rounds for them, and then I'm going to start loading a shitload of them.
Yeah,
So-
load me some too, man. You can do it. I believe in you.
So I want about 6,000 to 7,000 cases already primed. So once I get them, get a load worked up for them, I'll be able to start pumping them out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because I was casting and then I bought some Bayou bullets and I noticed they're moving about 50 feet per second faster than mine. So I need to go ahead and make up a load. Use a little bit less powder. So. BE, last time I went out shooting and chronographing, I shot my chronograph.
What?
Yeah, I jerked the trigger left and caught one of the
You idiot.
I know.
Oh, was it just the shade thing, or was it the actual chronograph?
No, it was a shade and
Oh, you're good then.
and the
I don't know, those are cheap, I'm sure.
yeah, they are. They're like $14-15 for all new setup. But yeah, I was like, son of a bitch. I was pissed at myself. But oh well.
Yeah. My freaking dad was using mine one time. I told him he could use it, and I didn't even think that he wouldn't know how to use it. He put the thing right in front of the muzzle. He was shooting a 7mm mag.
Oh shit.
And like, it had blown like little clear coat off the that covers buttons, like a little film there.
Yeah.
And it's like tight fitting to the chronograph, but it blew air in behind it, so now it's like loose, like it pops in and out, but it didn't affect it at all. It just.
That's funny.
I went down. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you can't shoot that close. You literally had like 4 inches away from the muzzle.
Oh shit! I'm surprised it didn't pick up more than just the bullet.
I was about to say I've shot through a chronograph with it being too close to my 375 or my 7 mag.
God.
And I've only had it at a couple feet, and how you put the little curved thing on top, I've blown those slats off.
Jesus. Yeah, from the muzzle blast.
Yeah, muzzle blast.
Mostly I shoot pistol through mine, but I shoot anything like at least 8 feet away.
So I know I mentioned it, I think, last night in Edge's chat, but you know how the FBI came out and said they caught these 2 terrorists, former guys who went to Syria and were ISIS members?
The guys from Iraq, yeah.
Yeah, well, they were in America, then they went to Syria, and then they came back.
Yeah.
And talking about what a great job they did. Did anyone notice the fact that it took them 2 years of having these guys sitting here in the U.S. before they figured it out from their social media? Is that not a concern?
Dude, anything the FBI does concerns the shit out of me.
Are they really backlogged 2 years back searching people's social media to actually find this out and go, wait, we found some ISIS members? It's like, okay, they've been sitting here 2 years. Do you realize how much they could have accomplished in 2 years? I mean, they literally flew to Turkey and then went to Syria and became ISIS members and then got back into our country. And one got naturalized once he got back. Again, NSA, FBI, that's the problem is, in my opinion, they sucked up so much information instead of like taking a straw and taking a sip out of certain people to try to find the terrorists. They just guzzled the whole information superhighway, and they can't even filter that crap. They're backlogged.
Well, there is a ton of shit on the internet. Like, literally nothing but just nonstop information of people thinking they're more important than they are, shouting things. Which basically, I guess, describes Twitter.
It describes us.
Nah, I'm actually important.
No, I mean, we have YouTube channels. Obviously, we have higher value than the average Facebook person.
Mm-hmm.
It goes without saying.
And some of you guys have businesses, so it's even more important.
You know what you just reminded me of, dude? I have not reloaded a single round of ammunition for 6 months. Just because.
How are you not having withdrawals?
I was about to say.
Don't get me wrong. I've gone to the range. I just haven't done any of my rifles that require reloading because of whatever reasons. I've only been shooting that silly black powder musket, which I'm thinking of selling it, to be honest with you. Because I'm never going to go back during black powder season. So I got a Remington 700 Ultimate muzzle loader that I'm probably going to put up for sale soon. I got it for $800, so I figure if I garner about that, because Candy Mountain wants to sell it for $1,200.
Yeah, I've been priming brass, and I have almost 600 pieces of brass primed as we've been sitting around here bullshitting, trying to be quiet. So, yeah, and people always say, "Why the hell do you do it by hand?" Because I could be doing it while I'm talking to you guys and shit like that. So whenever I do get out and load, I could actually load like 700 an hour instead of 400 or 500.
Hey, you know what? I ain't gonna judge. I sit here talking to you guys with a holster in my hand, using a piece of wood to slick the sides for a while, little sponge. I could go out to the garage and crank up the drill press, which has one of these to spin on it. I couldn't talk to you why I did it. You know what? It does a better job when I do it by hand anyway, because I can feel it. And then
I timed myself today reloading, and I got a new handle and everything.
Yeah.
It's, fast, so we're going. I probably go a little bit faster, but it's not important. I just wanted to see what I kept a steady pace. It was 8.5 minutes for 100 rounds.
And that's 650.
550.
Oh, so you're actually doing it by hand, everything by hand.
Yeah, and I had to stop a couple times for 10 seconds maybe. Probably not that long, but I probably could get if I would have not had to stop any and kept that pace, it would have been 8 minutes or less. But
well, yeah, but then after 100, you have to take and refill your primer tube and all other crap. Where I won't have to, because that pisses me off. That I'll start going oh crap, I got to refill primer tube, or crap, I forgot about it, and I have 15 cases with no primers sitting in them, loaded. So.
Robbie's giving me a hard time.
Listen, do you reload 30 cal?
30-06, yeah, and 30-30.
Okay. The only reason I asked that is I got some flat-nosed 30 caliber rounds that I was going to use in my AAC blackout that I didn't hold to my cousin-in-law.
And they don't feed?
None of those. Yeah, I couldn't give them the feed right, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's probably
I made it. I molded some from my buddy that are 312s, and he went and sized them down to 309. And same thing, it won't do it, and it's a round nose, but it's a blunt round nose. So, yeah, it won't feed. It needs to be quite a bit sharper.
Here's something interesting. I got to be an RO today for the first time. That was fun.
Yeah, I've RO'd before. I'm not an RO.
I like it. It's nice.
It's different.
I like it. I can't do anything but watch the shooter and hold the timer and then yell at the time and then just yell at the scores on the target.
I've RO'd also, except I prefer to run the archery range with the Cub Scouts. The BB gun range, it's just a pain. I like the archery range to RO on.
Yeah, well, USPSA, it's either you're getting ready to shoot your RO or you're pacing targets. And pacing targets sucks.
Hey, no, sometimes you can take score.
Oh, yeah, that's right, and score. That's what I do a lot, actually. That's usually what I try to do. I like taking score. It's not too bad.
So do
then I can help get the squad moved along, especially when I get my friend Charles, and he'll RO and I'll score, and look, we can run through a stage pretty quick. So we'll get down pat, get a system going.
Yeah, you
can score before they're done shooting if the stage is set that way.
Oh heck yeah!
I'm the best RO ever on my archery range. I've never had a student.
Never had anybody get impaled by an arrow. I'm proud of you, Nathan.
No, they always leave with the same number of horses they came in with, 7. Think about it. No extra holes on my range. It is actually very.
What if a female walks in? There's an extra hole.
It's very rewarding teaching kids how to shoot BB guns, though. I like to teach them marksmanship. I prefer I'm a bow hunter, so between me and the other guy, usually I do the archery and he does the BB gun course. But that's just because I'm kind of the better archer.
Hey, if my background is annoying you guys, please let me know. I'll mute between.
Nah,
okay. I'm trying to be quiet, not dropping brass everywhere.
Listening to it, yeah, the rest of them if they're used to hearing clink, but I don't care.
Okay.
Somebody telling me.
Something I wanted to add. I can't remember.
I don't know. But I'm thinking about making another powder and primer order sometime like May.
Oh, that's another thing. I got 3,000 primers for Christmas. That was nice.
That is nice.
Yeah. But my dad bought the wrong ones. He got Magnum, but it's okay. I was able to trade with Charles. I asked him. He had the same CCI, same brand and everything.
Pistol Magnum?
Yeah.
Fail.
And I even put it in all caps. When I put it in all caps and send them the email like whatever I want when I want for Christmas, I was like, no Magnum primers. And I was like, he'll do that because he's very thorough. Like he's good about stuff like that. And lo and behold, I picked it open it on Christmas Day. I'm like, yeah, thanks. I'm like, these are the Magnum ones.
Well, I mean, it's hard if they're sitting side by side. Sometimes it's hard figuring which one's Magnum, which one's not.
Yeah, it is tiny print. It's like kind of it's like a dark red against a dark blue background. It's kind of, if you're not looking, then you see CCI small pistol.
Right. Well, that's why whenever I ever get a Magnum pistol or anything like that, I don't get CCI. I'll get like a Winchester or something like that, so I know, oh, small primers, these are Magnums. Totally, so it's a totally different brand.
See,
I've never even seen.
Winchester primers I find to be a little too hard on the firing pins.
Oh, CCIs are harder than Winchesters.
I like Winchester.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, CCI.
I was told the opposite.
And really what
CCI is one of the hardest ones.
And what it is too, that one of the main differences though is not necessarily the hardness for me. It's the primer cup size too, because like in my 550, it likes CCI better. It just seats them better. So like
yeah.
I've used Winchester in the same gun, and it would have light strikes, like one not a lot, but like enough that it was, you don't want to have any. You shouldn't have any. And so then I would switch to CCI, and even though they're supposedly a harder primer cup, they would 100% functionality.
Well, I just think CCI, their priming compound is better. I don't have any stats on it. That's just my feelings on it.
I don't know. I was talking to Charles about trade, and he said that the small magnums aren't as consistent. He's found. I didn't ask him how he found that out. Like he did, must have done something. I don't even know how you track that. How you
same powder and shoot through chrome,
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, still, there's other variances. I mean, you'd have to get all the same brass and make sure they're all seated right the same and still.
Yeah, I mean, you'd almost have to hand load it so you get the same weight in bullets, same weight in powder, same weight in brass, everything.
Yeah, like really close, and then have two groups, one Magnum and one non-Magnum, and shoot it.
Right. But I mean,
not that it matters for us, like shooting a pistol or something like that. Yeah.
And the only difference between Magnum and non-Magnum is, well, of course, the compound and the primer, but the Magnums burn hotter, a lot hotter. So, like some people take and shoot a small rifle in their out of their pistols, because it does burn hotter.
I have a question. I was wondering thinking about this earlier. With production, so when you start with your first mag, you have 11 in the gun, right?
1 in the chamber and 10 in the mag.
Right.
So,
only for the first mag, though.
Yes, but if it's a table start, empty chamber, anytime it says
unloaded gun, you gotta start with a 10-round magazine, and that's it.
Yes, and if you start with 11, you're bumped to open.
So why? Well, what's the rule? Is because the course fire started or whatever.
You were breaking up. I didn't hear you.
So what's the rule that lets you put 11 in there? It's something to do with because of the timing, like when you do it.
No, it's because you could have 10 in your magazine and 1 in your gun. That's the rule. So whenever you start, you have 10 in the magazine and 1 in the gun. If you have like a table start where it's an empty mag or something like that, and sometimes they'll say magazine loaded but empty chamber.
Right.
Then you can only have 10 because
that's what it is. Because you cannot put a magazine more than 10 rounds in the gun after the buzzer, after the start signal.
Right, you cannot have a magazine with
that's the rule that stipulates it. Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot have a magazine with more than 10 rounds in your gun after the buzzer. So, of course, buzzer goes off, you have 11, you're screwed.
Yeah.
So, bumped open.
So I wanted to show everyone. This is a 223 round. And this right here is a 30-06 round beside it. Okay.
What's that? What's the small one? 223.
223 and 30-06 that I reloaded.
Okay.
This is a 7 mag round.
Oh, wow. What a difference.
223
And
is.
this is a 375A.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit.
That's a big round right there.
Okay, I'm gonna put the 375 up next to the 30-06.
Holy shit.
Wow.
What do you use that gun for, Nathan? I don't, like, why? Just because for fun, or?
I elk hunt with it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I chase. I shoot elk like skeet, except I haven't shot one yet because I can't pull the trigger because I never have the right tag for the sex, bastards.
Yeah.
I've jumped 7 elk, and never have I had the right tag for the right elk when I jumped it. 4 females when I had a bull tag.
Oh my gosh. And 3
And
males.
3 bulls when I had a cow tag.
That sucks.
That's usually the way it works, isn't it?
They won't give you both? You can't apply for both?
I'm going to get an either next time. Next time I go elk hunting, I'm getting either. And that way, the first one that I jump up.
You're killing that son of a gun. You did.
I mean, I'm talking major sucking chest wound on the ground, ventilated. But yeah, that right there is a 375 H&H versus a 223. And if the gun, before I got a break on it, I used to bust my self in the eyebrow once a shooting session. Only twice did it draw blood, but I've had at least 6 times where I've had bruising. And then I got the break on it, and I didn't have that problem anymore.
The 375, you said?
Yeah, that 375.
I bet you were happy when you got that break on there, huh?
Yeah, once I got the break on it, it felt like a 30-06.
How did it change the accuracy or anything, or where it was sitting at? Did you have to adjust it after that?
I adjusted the powder load.
Yeah.
Right back on target. Plus, I had a thicker barrel because when I got the break on it, I got a Schillen barrel, which was heavier thickness than the standard barrel on the normal 700 that it came with.
So what grain and what feet per second do you send that round down at?
I shoot a 250 grain full copper Barnes bullet with ballistic tip, and my muzzle speed on it at the muzzle, the speed of the muzzle is about 2600 feet per second.
All right.
And it slows down really fast because it's
a fat round.
Diameter. It's a fat round, so it slows down really fast. But at the muzzle, it's got about 4,000 foot-pounds of energy on it.
Okay, what's the heaviest grain you could find for that? Because I know copper is kind of light compared to lead.
Oh, I mean, I could go heavier, but I don't want to. I want to reach out with it. That's why I go with the 250.
Okay, well, I mean, if you go heavier, it'll cut through the air better because it's going to be a longer bullet.
Well, again, I've shot some 300 grain round nose out of it that have done very well, but the 250 solid coppers have better downrange speed.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially since you're shooting a 300 grain round nose, yeah, it's not going to be aerodynamic, but I didn't know if there was like a 330, 340 that was conical shaped.
No, the 300 grain round nose, the problem with it is it exits at about 2,200 feet per second instead of 2,600 feet per second. And
the ballistic coefficient's a lot lower. Gotcha.
Yeah. So the 250 is basically the 250 all copper with a nice sleek silhouette. It's the best for distance that I've found, and it's accurate. Surprisingly, the 300 round nose standard Hornadies, they were extremely accurate at 200 yards, but the drop was so bad.
Well, yeah, because it's a round nose. There's no aerodynamic in it. It's bucking all that. All that wind.
Coefficient.
Thank you.
But I mean, the round itself is a 300-yard or less round. Period.
Yeah.
I mean, I could technically push it to 400 if I had a little bit of practice and made sure the scope had the right markings on it. At this point, I had it zeroed at 200 yards, and I have a standard Leopold scope on it. There's no mil dots or anything. So I know that when I shoot it from 200 to 300, I just have to shoot 6 inches higher.
Gotcha.
Outside of that, it's a crapshoot because from 200 to 300, it's a 6-inch drop. And guess what it is from 300 to 400?
Hell of a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's a lot more.
Right on.
But it's a good gun. I like it. I got it on a.
Warm rain.
Yeah, I mean, around here where I'm at, you don't need anything really bigger than a 308 for distance or weight or anything like that. So.
Yeah, it's an offshoot between distance, power, and stopping power, and the animal you're hunting, and you have to take all those factors into effect. And there's usually a wide range of rounds that'll function and work. Now,
oh heck yeah!
Here's a funny thing. You see this 7 mag here?
Mm-hmm.
Does not work well on pigs at point blank.
Moving too fast?
No. I had a pig jump up in front of me, and I shot it with a 7 mag point blank, and it went through it like butter and didn't give off any kinetic energy into the pig.
Yeah, moving too fast.
Just went through it way too fast. And the pig, I shot it, and I thought I missed. And I racked another round in, shot a second time, spined it, and he fell over. And then he still wouldn't die. I stood there for 5 minutes and finally shot it in the head with the 44 Magnum. But I'd hit it with 2 7 mags. And if I didn't break its back, it would have just taken off and left. I mean, literally 5 minutes of it sitting there with 2 holes in it from 7 mag, broadside, and it wouldn't die because it's a pig. It's just too tough. And the rounds didn't expand right. Same year I did that, I used the 7 mag to shoot a doe. Doe deer came out, 100-pound doe. Shot it. She ran forward, spun around, and ran back into the woods. And I went, damn, did I miss? And I started shaking the scope and everything on the rifle. And I'm like, no, the scope's solid. That was 50 yards. I had it dead center. There's no way I could have missed that. So I gave it about 20 minutes, walked over to where I'd done the shot and was looking around at the hoof prints and everything. And then I just saw on the ground, it was very cold, and there was a V-shaped set of frozen red droplets that went out V-shaped, and it went out 5 feet.
Damn.
And I went, whoa. And I went and found the doe, and I'd shot the doe. The exit hole was the size of a dime.
Wow.
7 mag, exit hole the size.
Yeah, that's very usually the exit hole gaping.
Yeah,
that's not good bueno. And there's a blood trail, you can't track them. How
On the
hard
flip
you go?
side of that, I shot a pig, a 280-pound sow, with a 308, with a it's the Sierra Bullet that is Game King, but has the really big hole in it for expansion. Not a lead tip. It's got a big
hollow point.
and I shot a sow, 280-pound sow with that, and shot it right through the heart. Exit hole was the size of grapefruit. Yeah, so that's kind of a teaching lesson. The 7 mag went through them like butter. The 308, it was perfect. So that's what I've learned in my experiments or hunting experiences, I guess you call it, is the right bullet and the right velocity is important. And you got to match it to the game animal. And so that's why when people tell me that a 45 ACP and a 9mm are exactly the same for self-defense and shooting a person, I just laugh at them.
That's so different.
Yeah, but then you get into your 30-06, 308, stuff like that. That's and even a 300 Blackout or 7.62 39. Yeah, they're all capable for the pig. It's just whichever round you want, and that's how it is. Same thing with the 40, 45, 9. They're all capable rounds for what you're going to shoot it, but some are better and some are slightly worse.
Okay, so let's take it this way. So between the 308 and the 7 mag, the 7 mag has a whole lot more power behind it than the 308. But when I shot the pig with it twice, it didn't have much effect, where the 308 did.
It's because it's moving too fast.
Right. So what people don't understand is a 9mm, when you shoot a human being with it, is moving extremely fast. It flows right through your target if it doesn't hit anything hard and goes out the other side. It doesn't, hold on, it doesn't disperse its kinetic energy as well as a slower moving larger object like a 308 would at a lower power level. So, again, the one thing I always like to bring up in these conversations between 9 and 45 is the fact that there was a case in New York where 3 detectives followed a guy into a building who they thought was a criminal. They were plainclothes. They were carrying 9mm Glocks. They all were carrying solid bullets, not hollow points. For whatever reason, New York made all the cops carry solid 9mm, not hollow points.
That's the issue right there.
For a friggin' reason. This was back in the 90s. They follow this guy back to where he's going. He's being followed by 3 dudes in plain clothes, and he's an immigrant. And he thinks that they're going to mug him. So when he finally gets back into a corner where he can't walk away from them, he turns around, reaches into his back pocket, and pulls his wallet out. He does this.
And gets shot.
Gets shot 43 times. 43 times before he hits the ground.
Right, but that's because in the 90s, they didn't have the projectile technology that we do now.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, he was hit by solid 9mm bullets, 43 of them, mainly through his abdomen, until one hit him in his hip, is their bullet that knocked him over. The one that hit him in his hip knocked him down finally.
Yeah, because, I mean, really, inside your guts, there's nothing there that can't put a hole, except your spine, but, I mean, anyway, there's nothing there that you can't live a little bit without a hole, with a hole in it.
Okay, so my point is...
Or 42 holes.
Since 1990 till now, I've read about every type of cop shooting where it was multiple hits took to knock the person down. And the multiple hit thing is almost always 9mm. It's very rarely 40, and it's never 45. But I've never read a story
maybe that's just the case because no one ever shoots 45.
Well, again, I've never read a story where someone was shot 3 times with a 45 and survived. I've read stories where a guy named 50 Cents got shot by 9mm and survived. There's so many stories of people getting hit with 9mm and surviving, whether it be magic ballistic bullets or not. Now, here's the thing.
It could just be stories too. I mean.
Well, no, it's shot placement too.
No, don't talk to me about shot placement. Okay, I'm tired of that argument. Let me put it to you this way. You see this knife in my hand?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a small knife, and I stab myself with it in my hand, right? And I'm going to bleed, and I'm going to put pressure on it and try to close it up and stop the bleeding, and I'll accomplish that. Okay? So then let's find something bigger. Let's find, I don't have anything here, but say I take a pocket knife and stick it into my hand. All right, again, I'm going to try to close it up and stop the bleeding. And then let's say I take my chef knife and stick it through my hand and then try to stop the bleeding. The human body is designed to stop bleeding, but the larger the hole, the harder the fluid dynamics and the clotting can work and take effect. And there comes a point where the hole is large enough that just the human body is not capable of doing it. So if I hit you with a 12-gauge slug in your side, that 12-gauge slug puts such a big hole in you, without medical attention, you will not survive it.
No.
But a 9mm, you will. So there are different levels of hole size in a human being that the body can simply clot and close with pressure and direct force. So, again, people always say, oh, it's this, it's this. They always complain about that stuff. But the bigger the hole in the human body, the less chance of it reclosing itself and stopping the bleeding.
Right.
Bigger is better.
45 is going to put a bigger hole in you than versus the 9mm. I mean, it's just...
Anybody ever reported somebody being shot with a 500 Smith & Wesson or a 50 cal Desert Eagle and surviving? No, you've never read that story. No matter how bad the shot placement.
Yeah, but that's I mean you're talking about Magnum calibers too when you start getting
you got a lot
more energy.
Same argument with the pig. 45 ACP doesn't penetrate the pig enough; it just annoys it. But the 44 Magnum does. So
yeah, it has a lot more ass to it.
Yeah,
and, sometimes need a lot of ass, sometimes need a little ass. It all depends on the month, or the caliber, or what you're shooting.
But if you're talking about cartridges of the same power level, which 9mm, 40, and 45 are all relatively comparable in overall per second power level at close range, the 9mm does the worst job of them all because it passes through people like butter. The 40 is a little slower, does a little more damage, and the 45 almost always displaces the vast majority of its pounds of energy directly into the target and makes a larger bleeding tube. That's why the 45 is more effective.
Yeah, but I'll still take my 223 over any of them.
Oh yeah,
I'm just messing. I'm just messing with you because.
No, 223. Let's think about this. You're shooting 400 feet per second with those other rounds. The 223 is packing 2,000 foot-pounds of energy at the muzzle. So even though you're shooting with a very small bullet, you're dispersing an enormous the shock wave through the person. Even if it doesn't tumble and break apart, is significantly higher level.
Right.
Yeah, 223 is awesome round for human beings. And anyone, and then now we're getting into the argument about 223 and
7.62.
7.62 by 39.
Yeah. And the very fact is that.
Well, then on top of that, you have the 5.45 on top of that, which is basically 223 that's faster. Because I have a 5.45 out of a 16-inch barrel. I've chronographed the 7.6 stuff at about a little over 3,000 feet per second, and that's screaming out of a 16-inch barrel.
What does China use now? Isn't it like a 5.56S type bullet or like a
No,
5.45?
China still uses the 7.62.
Nah, they changed over when they started doing their new rifles. They're like bullpups.
No, I know Russia uses is 5.45.
Well, I mean, like China uses something similar to Russia's now. Like it starts out with a 5. It's no longer a 7.62 by 39.
They may use a 5.45, but I thought they were still 7.62. I mean, I know still some Russian forces still use 7.62 39. So I don't know. Here, let me Google that for you.
So, what were you Googling?
What China's service cartridge is right now?
Yeah, I don't know that either. It's either AK-47 or AK-74, I would guess. They might be old school, but you know that I'm not going to say anything bad about the AK-47 cartridge. It is a spectacular. Like it's almost on par with the 308. It's superior to the 30-30. It's a great cartridge. The 223 is kind of a freak of nature. And the reason I say that is the reason they picked that cartridge was they tried all the different cartridges and machine guns and shot up pig pens full of pigs. And then they did autopsies. And the 223 was an oddball because when it hit the pigs, occasionally it would tumble inside them and rip them apart, right?
Yeah, I found it.
That's 5.8 by 42 millimeter is their like new cartridge.
Yep, I just found it too.
Yeah, China now uses the QBZ rifles.
That's gay.
Basically looks like a ripped off FAMAS, honestly.
Kind of.
All I was saying about the 5.56 was they did autopsy results on all these, 30-06, 308, all these different weapons, and they found that the 223s consistently out-damaged the other ones when they shot up the pigs. And
with
FMJs.
With FMJs.
The same thing that the dude who built the Tommy gun, like, isn't that where he started? Like, he went down to the stockyards and started shooting cows to, like, understand which bullet he needed to use?
No, Tommy guns. It was built because we had the 1911.
Yeah, because it was built on the 45 caliber cartridge.
Because the Tommy gun built it for military.
He was testing several other calibers to figure out which one would work better.
Oh,
maybe
it could be.
Maybe the 45 is definitely does a lot more devastation than the other calibers of that day in the 1920s.
Because basically, calibers of that day, you're looking at a 380. You're looking at 30 mil Luger, and that's a couple Remington cartridges, but there's really nothing that pistol wise effective at that time. I mean, yeah, there was a 9mm, but that was in its infancy over in Germany whenever the Tommy gun was made.
Most of the pistol cartridges in that day and age were for revolvers. There were very few semi-automatic,
right, 32s, 380s, stuff like that. They didn't have. I mean, and then some neck down cartridges like the 30 Luger and then 7.62 Tokarev and stuff like that.
But anyway, the neat thing about the 223 is because of the tumbling with the 55 grain round that was solid, it did more damage than the other ones that punched right through. And people are very thin, weak creatures, so the 223 just kind of was, because of that weird anomaly, the most effective thing. And then you can have people carry a whole lot more of it in the AK-47. But the AK-47 30 caliber holes in people, 30-30 holes, work extremely well on people.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So-
it's the reason we're trying to. We were comparing an intermediate cartridge versus a full power cartridge, and for humans, you don't need a full power cartridge. As
Right.
Just like what you were saying with that 7mm mag, it has too much ass and it'll go right through.
Right. And all that was free body armor and everything like that. So you had one side come up with this and our side come up with this. The benefit was our side had the 223s that had better downrange ballistics and long shots.
Yes.
So even now that they're using the 62 grain armor piercing rounds, at long range they still have the same tumbling effect, but they don't break apart is the big problem. I personally think that our soldiers would be better off either one of two things. Get rid of the 62 grainers unless you're going to be shooting at armor. We don't shoot at armor.
No, we need to either use the 55 grains or like
7 grain Sierra hollow points.
yes. And people are like, well, it's military. They have to use FMJs. We never signed that treaty. We don't have to use FMJs.
Guess what? That's the Hague Treaty of 1898. I think.
Yeah,
I could be off on the year.
Yeah.
Not even the Geneva Convention. It's a freaking treaty that was written when they said, you know what? You can't use dirigibles. They put that in the treaty. You can't use dirigibles at all. Do y'all know what dirigibles are?
Airships.
Freaking air balloons.
Giant floating bombs.
Yeah, they're hot air balloons. So we're talking about a
and guess what?
Treaty that we're not using, and the SEALs and everyone else use them because there's no law against it.
Right, and guess what? We use dirigibles and everything else in World War I, World War II. It worked. Almost finished priming these 1,000, and my hand's starting to hurt.
I believe it was during World War I that the Germans were trying to convince the whatever it was, the Geneva Convention thing, that shotguns should be outlawed because they're just too monstrous of a weapon.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that because I'm not sure if I know the U.S. used shotguns in World War I. I don't know if Germany ever did.
They didn't. They viewed it as being too.
Yeah, Germans never used shotguns.
It was too crash of a weapon. Too crass.
No, they had what you would call an actual assault weapon. At one point, they had nice bolt action guns. They had the pistols, and they had the Stoger stuff. They had the good stuff. They had the Lugers. They had good weapons. Why would you use a shotgun? I mean, that's a close quarter combat weapon, and the weapons they were using. Now,
well, in World War I, when you're jumping from
World
trench
War
to
One.
trench.
Okay, I thought.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Because in World War I, at one point, the Germans went to the Geneva Convention thing and were like, "Look, this is bullshit. This needs to be outlawed. We'll start hanging people who we capture with shotguns because it's just too devastating."
Seriously?
Yeah, it would. The people who are using poison gas were like, "This is bullshit."
Mustard gas, it makes your nostrils yellow and kills you, but again, these here shotguns are just too messy. Okay, whatever. So, I mean, I don't know anything about shotguns in World War I or World War II. But I do know, for instance, in World War II, one of the main advantages the Americans had was the Garand over the bolt-action Nazi weapon. The average soldier had a Garand, and the average Nazi had a bolt-action Mauser. That's a damn good advantage, in my opinion.
Well, wasn't it Patton who was like, this was the battle rifle to end all battle rifles, or whatever?
Well, he was wrong. But again, when you're talking about American soldiers who have 8-round clips, correctly used clips, note this, at 8-round clips they could jam in and then fire 8 rounds and jam another clip in and fire 8 rounds versus their adversaries that were having to use bolt action techniques and then replace with magazines. The M1 Garand was just, I would say, it doubled the efficiency of the average soldier in a firefight. Just night and day. So again, they were beat down and everything, but when we rolled in, our shooters had what they needed. They had the weapon. And then completely off World War II, but on topic now with Afghanistan, I watched a documentary today. It was pretty cool. It was called The Hornet's Nest. Have any of you seen it?
Mm-mm.
It's basically an NBC reporter and his son went over to Afghanistan, and they spent a year in the trenches with the soldiers. And that was pretty cool because they got to see firefights and shooting and all that stuff. The main takeaway I came out of it with, which is my main takeaway every time I see a video from Afghanistan, is why doesn't one soldier get a bolt action rifle with a good scope? It's ridiculous. They got saws, they got ARs, they got Trijicons, they got, nobody has over 3 power scope level on any of their weapons that these guys are carrying in the Marines of the Army. And they're getting shot at by 600 yards away on the ridges by the Taliban. And I'm sitting there myself, just kicking myself going, good Lord, if I could be there with my 7 mag and my scope, I could pick those guys off right and left all day long from cover. I could just be like, okay, you guys keep shooting, give me cover noise. There's one. There's 2. I could do that all day with the right rifle. And I know they're not sniper class, but why wouldn't someone just balls up and go, I'm going to carry a bolt action rifle with a good scope? Because all they're doing is just throwing lead at the hillsides all day long. And it's mainly the Apaches coming in that take out the enemy, not the guys being pinned down in the village, being shot at from the mountains. I mean, how much does a gun cost? If I'm in the Army and I'm getting combat pay and I don't got a wife back home and I'm sitting here looking at, I got a couple extra grand, why don't I buy a HOA 308 and a $1,200 scope from, like a Viper scope or something, I don't know, it irks me because I'm just sitting there going, damn, guys, if you had one designated marksman in your platoon, one designated marksman with a decent rifle and a decent scope, you could literally just shoot Taliban all day long like a turkey shoot. Have I lost signal?
No, you're there.
No, you're here. I'm just trying to find this movie to see, but
it's on Amazon Prime.
Nathan, buy you a plane
okay.
ticket and take your 375 over there and show them how it's done.
Actually, from where they were being pinned down, my 375, with enough practice, I could shoot them. But my 7 mag, I guarantee you, with my 7 mag bench rest rifle, with just my $300 scope on it with mil dots, if I had someone with a pair of binoculars spotting for me, I could hit them all day long. Wouldn't be a problem. It's just they're all using AR-15s and saws. nobody has anything that can shoot further than 400 yards.
Don't they have some 308s now? They're starting to do that now. Military.
Maybe they are, because it makes a lot of sense to have a designated rifleman with each platoon. So you have one guy that can shoot at the guys in the hills when they're pinning you down, and they're basically, the Afghans, they say, oh man, they're sucky shots. It's like, no, they're not. They're just way out of range of their weapons capabilities. They're just lobbing it in on you. And the only way you can fight someone lobbing many rounds of ammunition on you is to have someone who can sit there and just pick you off one at a time.
So, Caleb, how do you like production over? Oh no, or did you shoot limited today?
I shot limited today. I would have shot production today if I would have had ammo loaded, but I'm waiting for my extreme bullets to get here. So when they get here, I'm gonna load up some and
what weight?
Shoot it. I gotta change a couple things with my Glock though. I gotta order a side lock. I can do that now.
What weight are you gonna shoot? Bullet.
What, recoil spring? 124 grain.
What? Okay.
Yeah. I may have to shoot Area 6 in production. But I don't think so. It's a slim chance. Maybe, we'll see. The guy I'm borrowing this STI from says he might need it back. But he says I should be able to borrow the Edge. Which is, actually, I don't have the Edge right now. That's a full dust cover. I want to switch with him. I want to give him back the short dust cover and get the full. And shoot that at Area 6, hopefully. That's the plan.
Must be nice to have people you can swap guns with.
Yeah, it is. You met him, it's Mike.
I was gonna say I'm just looking at Cabela's right now. Cabela's has what is called a Remington 700 long-range bolt-action rifle in 30-06 for $700, and it's set up for long range on a Bell & Carlson. No, I already got one like that, dude. I'm just saying, but a soldier for $700 could buy a sniper rifle and then throw, I don't know, compared to the optics they have, a $300 optic would be awesome for what they're doing. I mean, you can get a Millet 4x16 with, the light-up sights. That's what I have, and that's superior to what the Marines are rocking on their sniper rifles. Marines only fire a 3x12 scope, but it's higher end with better adjustment capabilities. They're doing Leopold. I'm just saying, but if I was in Afghanistan and they said, "Hey, you're going into this province," I'd be like, "Okay, thank you for the M4. Billy, you carry my M4. I'm going to carry this. It weighs a little bit more." But
here, hold my beer a second.
Every bullet's going to hit its mark. Here's a pair of binoculars and a rangefinder. Here's my here's my M4 that you carry, and I'm carrying my Remington 700 with a scope on it. The people in Vietnam, the snipers in Vietnam, Carlos Hathcock, all those other ones,
they brought their own guns.
Just took in Winchester deer rifles, 30-06.
All 70s, right?
Yeah, they were just carrying 308s and 30-06 deer rifles that they brought from home because they understood that the Army was just issuing them the accurized, what are they called? Semi-automatic accurized M14s.
M14, yeah.
Yeah, but it was 308.
And the thing is that they're using wood stocks and everything else back there too. That's swell.
Yeah, but the Carlos Hathcock and the rest of the guys, they knew that the Remington 700s and the Model 70 and 308 or 30-06 was far superior to that semi-automatic thing, and they were shooters. and you probably only had about a dozen of them in the whole military that were like high-end snipers who knew how to shoot at long range, but they used fixed scopes with just mil dots. And Hathcock could shoot your eyeball at 600 yards, without a problem. Hathcock carried a Model 70 deer rifle from Winchester.
But still, yeah,
a 3x9 scope with mil dots. Shot a red.
A lot of them will just end up. A lot of them will just, have a, not even have an adjustable scope. A lot of people will just carry a 10-power scope or an 8-power scope and go on, because really at 1,000 yards, you could see perfectly fine with a 10-power scope.
Well, if you look at Berzuli Reitkopf, I think that's how you say his name, from the Battle of Leningrad in World War II, he was carrying just an accurized, what do you call it? What?
The Mosin, or?
Yeah, he was carrying an accurized Mosin with a 3-power scope.
The PUs are probably 4-power.
Okay, sorry.
But yeah, but still next to nothing, yeah.
Yeah. So an accurized Mosin with a 4-power scope. And there was one point when he was over a river, saw a German officer up out on an escortment at 1,000 yards, and he put a bullet through that guy's head. He shot a Mosin with a 4-power scope and put a bullet through a guy's head.
If you think about it, shooters back then were a hell of a lot better than shooters nowadays.
I would
hell of a lot better.
Hold on, I would disagree with you, because I am a member of a private gun range where I go down there and we got a bunch of old, fat butt old men who are some of the damn best shooters you ever done seen. They hold records in our state, and when you look at them, you're like, seriously.
How old are they?
The house, 67.
How old are they? Yeah,
67
years. That's from back then. I'm talking about 40s, 50s. Right, but I think if you put some of these young shooters behind a 4-power scope, there's no way in hell they'd be able to do what they're doing now.
Well, in my gun club, there's one guy who he shoots Grands at 200 yards, and he's the national champ. Going to the 200-yard open sight Grand matches. I got another guy at my gun range who shoots a 22 lever action, and he shoots steel silhouette targets, and he's the national champ for about 9 years running. And this guy, he's a mess to look at. You look at him and you're like, seriously? He's a kookball. He wears funny glasses with the different types of things on him, and he's big and chubby and always wears overalls. He's a mess, and he's the champ for the whole U.S. And then you go there on Sundays. On Sunday is the youth shoot, where the youths from 2 to 6 shoot their 22s, and they do the different techniques for Olympic training. And I went down there one day, and it's the middle of summer in Texas, in August. There's a kid who is 16, and he's wearing a full leather jacket connected to pants suit, like what you'd see someone ride a ninja motorcycle on. He's wearing that suit. It has straps on it to control his breathing, to tighten it around him. He's wearing a full leather suit to shoot in.
Shit.
To control his breathing. And he's got...
Well, it's really important to be able to even breathe in the suit.
Yeah, he's there with his parents, but there's another guy there that's his coach. Just him. His personal coach that they're paying for to have him shoot better, to go to the Olympics. I was like, wow. And I was blown away because I'm like, hey, that sucks. You're wearing that, and that's crazy. Your parents are this rich to have that guy stand there and tell you how to shoot, but whatever.
Yeah, that's how they do all of Bullseye, like air rifle type stuff. They use those kind of arm rigs, like locks, like I don't know how they work exactly. It's like a strap, straps to their, keeps their arm in place, and it straps on their body. It's like a whole set of gear you got to put on. It's crazy. It's expensive too.
This looked like a motorcycle suit, and it was different colors and arranged like that, like it was custom built.
Yeah, and they got the big gloves too for
This is
when
probably
they
a
do like the
$3,000 outfit they had this 16-year-old in. And he was shooting like a $2,000 Walther 22 rimfire bolt action. I mean,
Here's a trick question for you guys. Since I'm taking my RO test, I'll just answer this question. Can you handle dummy ammo in a safety area? Foos probably should have answered this since he shoots USPSA.
I'm going to assume no.
no.
Foos, what do you think? I guess he's not there.
But I just got back. I stepped away.
I said
What was the question?
kind of a tricky question for my RO test I just answered. It says, can you handle dummy, not live, it's not live ammo, in the safe area? Like snap caps and stuff.
I would say no, because it's still. I mean, you're not supposed to be touching mags or ammo or anything in the safe area. I would say no.
Well, you can touch a mag as long as it's empty. You just can't
So
put it in your gun.
I'm going to say negative because it's unknown if you're handling live or real ammunition. And there could
Yes. You are.
I would-
You're all correct.
be.
Yes, it is no.
Therefore, there is a ban, a total ban
Per rule
handling
2.4.
ammunition in the safe area.
Huh?
Total ban on handling ammunition on the safe area because you don't know if it's live or dummy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of people take it further than that and say, don't even touch your magazines in the safe area.
Right. Can't make a mistake if you can't do anything.
You can hold unloaded magazines, but you can't put them into the gun.
Hey,
Right.
look, hold on, Caleb. I'm pretty sure that's how Brandon Lee died. We've lost our greatest actor in The Crow because somebody handled something wrong in this area.
I feel like that happened to a few other people as well.
Who else? Brandon Lee? Who else?
I'm sure there's some others. How did Bruce
What,
Lee
you
die?
got shot with blades?
Bruce Lee died from a heart attack.
Okay.
But you know, I didn't know that you weren't supposed to practice. I think I've done that before. I think I put an empty magazine in my gun in safe area. I don't know if it was at a sanctioned match or not. It's been a really long time. I'm trying to remember if I did or not. I didn't know it's anything. Probably no way I knew because it's one of those rules like people don't, you know. Probably when I think it was I think it was back when I was shooting the tactical match. Yeah, it was. I remember now because that's when I was shooting my 1911. No rules there. The outlaw match. Oh my god, that match sucked. So bad. They're shooting their IDPA matches up there too. And when I shot their IDPA match one time, and I shot it, and there was like 50 people, and it's actually the range that my friend practices at. So he's like a member there, and he goes and practices, but he doesn't shoot any of their matches. And he's like, yeah, it's like the IDPA match sucks. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, really? I'm like, yeah. I only shot it one time. There was like 50 people there. He's like, no. It's like that's because that was when people didn't know that it sucked. Now they're happy to get 20. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, IDPA, you know, like, oh, cool, you know, defensive shooting, yeah, you know, I can simulate training, and they get there, and then also like procedural. What the fuck? There's too many goddamn rules in it. That's what I don't like about IDPA.
Yeah. And it's actually that the USPSA has more rules, but it's more about the safety and stuff and handling of the gun, not about how you actually shoot the stage.
Right.
Yeah. So as long as you're being safe, it's, you know, shoot it how you want.
Pretty much. I mean, USPSA, a lot of the rules is like what gear you could have, you know, where it could be placed on the belt, and then
like technical stuff.
Right, and yeah, you know what kind of connectors and shit you could have in your guns, crap like that, and then yeah, exactly what you said, not how you shoot the damn match. I mean,
so you guys who shoot matches, here's a question for you. You train a U.S. soldier to be able to shoot out to what? 200, 300 yards with an AR open sight?
No, it's like 600,
Marines is 500.
Yeah, it's like 5 or 6.
Okay, yeah, Marines shoot out to 500, 600 yards. So the question is this, and I was watching this documentary, and they found an IED, and they brought out a robot out of the back of a truck to go put a thing of C4 on top of the IED, which when the guy found it with his little metal detector, I was like, why don't you just set the C4 a little to the side of the hole?
Wait, is what?
The C4 is going to work if it's like a foot away versus...
Yeah, exactly. Like you're standing right there. It's like take it out and sit down and walk away.
Yeah. They brought in a robot to go drop the C4 right on top of the pressure plate. And I'm like, why don't you just, you see where the hole's dug. Why don't, instead of putting it right on top, and go, oh, okay, I'm going to set it just right there on the edge of the hole. Where it won't touch the pressure plate. And then I'll walk away and blow it up. But anyway, that's not how they do it. But the fact that they don't have one person in a 30-man platoon that has a long-range rifle, a designated marksman, the fact that the Army is so dumb that they make their designated marksman have just a higher-end scope on his M4 instead of giving him a rifle that can shoot farther. I mean, I don't mean to send him through sniper training and crap, but give the guys just a decent scope and a decent bolt-action rifle and have just one guy carry it and one guy with him who has a good spotting scope, and they'll figure it out when they're under fire.
Yep.
Yeah, but they don't do that. It's like, oh, it's so frustrating. When you see a 30-man platoon go into a village in Afghanistan and people are up on the ridges shooting at them, and they're calling in Apaches and air support to shoot the guys on the ridges, and you're like going, one guy who could shoot a little further than you could take all these people out. Easy. Or pin them down and get them to stop shooting at you. I just don't see how they don't do that.
Also, I tried pulling the thing on like the shooting stuffs, and apparently in The Crow, Brandon Lee wasn't the only one. There was a carpenter who drove a scissor lift into a power line. And then Back to the Future Part 3, Michael J. Fox was actually hung. And they didn't notice that they were actually hanging him until like he lost consciousness.
What?
Yeah.
There's no movie, I forget the name of it. I've read an article about it. I haven't seen the movie, but it's like some girl where she was underwater in some underwater scene, like acting she was drowning and she really couldn't get out of the fake bonds, whatever they handcuffs, whatever they had on her, and she was actually like drowning, and finally she got out. And that's the cut they used for the movie too. So she was actually panicking.
That's the best one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were going for. Nailed it.
Also, Terminator 2, Sarah Connor apparently suffered permanent hearing damage when she forgot to put her earplugs in and fired a gun inside the elevator during one of the scenes.
Oh, yeah. He was with a 45 just shooting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got 2 questions left on my RO test. Almost done. I gotta put them in a Word document and email them off.
We're on the internet, so no one's watching. Why don't you ask us the questions? We'll give you the answers.
Yeah. This is pretty technical. First you gotta answer the question, which isn't necessarily hard most of the time, but then you gotta find the rule to cite it. Huh?
That was a loaded question. That's cheating.
I still didn't hear what you said. Loaded question, what?
That was a loaded question because that's cheating.
Yeah.
And we're on the internet.
What's the question then? Good guy.
Open book.
How's it going?
Just fine. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What's up, man? We haven't seen you in a while.
Yes.
I'm
How you
bored.
doing?
I've been fine. I'm bored. That's why I came in.
So we're your last hope for entertainment. Thank you.
Pretty much. Yeah. No, actually, well, here's the thing. I tried to make a PVC holster and screwed up. So I'm gonna try again tomorrow.
For what gun?
PVC what?
PVC holster.
Like a pipe?
Out of a pipe, yes.
Interesting.
Oh, a PVC holster.
I gotta see if you get that to work. I gotta see that.
It's actually on YouTube. That's how I got to learn it. So all you have to do is I have a heat gun. I was able to form it. The problem was I was almost done, and then the problem that happened is that I didn't make it where there's a place for the strap, so for the belt loops. So I have to try a different method. I tried just cutting. For $10 you can get a long ass PVC pipe. Okay, $10. That's a lot of material to work with.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So.
That's a lot of pipe.
Yep. And so basically, I tried to do this the folding method where I just fold it over on the gun and just heat gun it until it formed in. I was semi-successful, and then I realized, shit, I can't. Where do I put the belt loops? So instead, I'm trying it out for my Ruger P85 as a starter to start with, and then I'm gonna try on other guns later on. So.
Okay. So hold on. You're making me very sad, good guy.
What?
What gun do you need a holster for?
I don't need well, it's not that I need a holster. I'm trying it for the AP85 as a starter to do concept, and then I will do it on my other guns later on, all my other pistols. Then I can make more holsters. I can make right-handed, left-handed. It doesn't matter whatever gun I want. It's just the P85 was the starter. That's the one I'm starting out with.
The only reason I'm asking you is I have a whole basket of leather holsters that were failures, and
okay.
I could simply mail you a nice leather holster that wasn't quite up to the quality specs I had.
It's not a need. It's not a. Yeah. I can buy a cheap ass freaking black Black Hawk holster. If it's just because I want you to freaking holster, so yeah. But no. What? The reason why I'm making holsters is because I want to do something.
Okay, so you're making them for the fun of it.
It's a project. It's a project. Yeah.
Okay, so I make holsters like this.
Right, and that's nice. That's
for
nice.
myself.
There you go.
That's a paddle holster.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so
now
for fun, good. If you want an actual carry holster, I might be able to get you one of my. Send it to you for free as a friend.
No, I understand. I appreciate that. It's not that I want to make a holster for myself. That's it. That's pretty much.
I could use a free holster. I'll be a friend.
Do you know how I make leather holsters? How I made it the first time? I made it for myself because.
Make your wife make it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is this.
I made was because I couldn't find a good holster because they were all bought up after Obama got elected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I went to I bought a new gun. I went to go get a holster. Only one I could find was a $120 Galco. And I looked at it. And I went, this is not that impressive. So I went down to the leather shop and bought stuff to make my own. And my friends, once I made my own, made fun of me. But I didn't quit. And now we're 7 years later, and I make nice ones.
Yeah. So here's the thing, too. I mean, if I can, I want to also try to see if I can put it on eBay and see if anybody will bite. I just paint it black, paint it green, paint it whatever, and for using a $10 pipe, I can make maybe 10 holsters for $25 each. or $20 still.
Good guy. Hold on. Wait it. Whoa.
And this is the reason why
I'm buying Kydex then and making Kydex holsters.
Because I want to try this.
But you're doing it for a profit, not just for yourself?
No, it's an attempt. And this is why I don't come here anymore.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're talking to a leather holster maker here, so
I understand. I know, and I don't know. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I've been judged, so you guys have to excuse me.
I'm sorry. No. You're making holsters, and I'm a holster maker, so I'm just.
I know.
Well,
I'm not trying to judge you.
I don't think he's judging you. He's just
I know.
to understand your logic.
That's half like that's mostly jest, but you know how it is. It's like I think of something, and for the last few weeks, I just thought of something and no one said anything about it. Okay, it's not judging. I mean, I understand you guys have opinions. That's great. I appreciate that. But it's been a long time since I've had somebody. Wait a minute. What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's like here we go.
No. I mean, I think if you want to do that, I think it's fantastic. You want to do it. Go do it and do what you want to do, and it's awesome. You play around with it. Just like people ask me, why do you make your own 223 bullets? Because I can. Just do it and do it, and that's awesome.
So it looks like the PVC is like it acts like sort of similar to Kydex. So like, are there only reason you're not using Kydex just because of the cost of it, or the?
It's cost.
Yeah, Kydex itself is costly.
So you go through the same process heating it up.
Yeah, the process is a heat gun or an oven. I prefer a heat gun. Yeah, so.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. I mean, it might be kind of hard to work with, but I don't see why it wouldn't work once you got it formed, right?
Here's the thing. I got it to go around the gun perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
After I clamped it down as a test before I thought about riveting it, and all you need is like a pop like a rivet gun for that. It was retaining the gun perfectly. It was like holding it. I still had to shape a few more things, cut off a few more material to get the handle right, but the retention was perfect. However, the only mistake I made was I didn't make it so that I can put a belt loops. So the next thing I'm gonna try is, instead of just wrapping, cutting a piece and then flattening it out one piece and just folding it over the gun, I'm gonna take two pieces and then do the mold one side and then the other one's a little bit more flatter. So that way I have, like on the regular Kydex holster, on the sides, there's a lot of material on the side where I can put the belt loops on. That's not protected by, that's not touching the gun.
So on the actual material itself, once you develop it on the gun, are you coming in with a file or a belt sander?
Belt sander and drum sander.
Belt sander or drum sander. Okay, I use a belt sander myself.
Yeah, I have a belt sander, but for more fine work, I use like a drum sander on the drill.
Okay, so that'd be equivalent of what's it called? Sometimes I use, well, actually, leather's different. So I use belt sander and then I use hand tools. But that'd be like me using the belt sander and then switching to the Dremel to shear up edges and make them smooth and fold over and make them more comfortable. Yeah, that's good. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an idea. So that I thought of that because I just went to, there was a massive sale in Harbor Freight today, and I just picked up a shitload of tools.
I'm watching this, and it seems like, honestly, a propane torch would be a lot better than a heat gun.
I have that too, so I may try that.
Hold on. Let's talk about both elements. You have a heat gun, which blows hot air, and you have a propane torch that throws hot flame, and you're dealing with plastic. So it doesn't take too long of hitting it with hot flame and going a little too far to cause too much melt and too much damage the heat gun is slower, but you're assured of not damaging the material.
Well, the thing is, my father and I actually run a sign business in which we use a lot of vinyl. Like when we did our vehicle wraps and stuff, we actually used a propane torch instead. And I can tell you right now, vinyl's a lot thinner than PVC. You just don't put the flame directly on it. You just get it close to it.
It takes skill, takes practice.
Oh, like after about 2 or 3 goes, you'll get it like down.
I got both, so I'm gonna try both, and I got a lot of pipe that I can use. So.
I'm just, my experience with working with the leather is there are some things that you think it'll be more efficient and faster, and then holster. So I'm just saying, you got to be careful. Slower is better in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So good guy, slower is better in the beginning.
Oh yeah. I was almost there. I was so close. I had like the makings of a holster, and then the belt clip issue.
Well, I mean, no, that's awesome that you got all the way to the actual holster and then went, oops, I forgot the belt clips. Because, I mean, I got all sorts of messed up holsters over behind me, which mainly it's stitching issues and gluing issues that I've run into. One of the problems with using the big cast iron sewing machine is that if you don't let the glue affix properly and then sand it down properly and then sew it, if you miss one of the processes, it'll Frankenstein stitch the back side. The front side will look perfect, but the back side, because it's not the same thing, will slip. So I've learned over time, got to make sure those edges are perfect. It's glued, and the glue is staunch and solid, and then you sew it, and then you get a perfect line on front and back. But most of my holsters, when you flip them over, they look like they're Franken-stitched. On the front, they're beautiful. On the back, Franken-stitched. But every material has its own issues.
Later, Foos. Have a good night.
Later, Blizzard.
Later, guys.
Oh, later, Fuse. Sorry.
Later, man.
Night.
Fousey? What the heck? Just messing with you. See you guys.
Later, man. Let's see. This is gonna be a slow gun. I'm only going for one gun this year.
What do you color them with?
What?
What's your finish?
Oh, what am I gonna paint them?
Yeah.
Right now I just have plain black enamel paint. So I'm not, So I'm just gonna I'm gonna see what works the best. Maybe get like some Krylon Fusion or something like that. But I want to brush it on. I don't want to spray it on for now.
Would you like a piece of advice?
What?
Get airbrush. Airbrush the paint on.
Man, when I can afford the airbrush machine. So.
Yeah, I got Harbor Freight airbrush machine. I think.
Oh, I know that.
70.
Oh, I know. So, but I got a lot of stuff before that. So.
Well, no. I'm just saying and what I airbrush on is the finishing sealer on these. It's like this holster and this holster. The reason they're shiny is because I sprayed on the sealant on top of them, which is acrylic resin, and underneath is the dye that I dyed them with. This is a maroon one. So this is not maroon. Sorry, that's brown. No, wait. That's maroon. Sorry. That's maroon/mahogany. So trust me, the airbrush is doing an awesome job of finishing your work. If you want it to look freaking awesome, airbrush.
Yep. That's last for now. So I want to get the form first. I'm also trying to, in addition to that, I'm also trying to make knives. So I know how to. I got a lot of hobbies on my plate this year.
Chris, sorry, good guy. How are you making knives?
Stock removal.
What do you mean stop removal?
Stock removal. You know, like you get a piece of steel, and then you cut it up and grind it down until it, get the blade profile, heat it up, and then heat. What do I call this? Heat it up and then temper it, and then put the handles on.
Okay. How are you heating it up?
Propane.
Okay. What color does it go?
I haven't done that yet. I'm still getting the materials together. So.
Okay.
How I'm planning on testing it is putting a magnet next to it, because once it's demagnetized, that's when it's hot. That's when it's ready to quench.
Yeah.
But I'm still, after realizing
What
after I
type of
done.
metal are you using?
Huh?
What type of metal are you using?
I found a place where I can get 1095 and 1075.
So you're using tool metal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not going to get it hot enough with the propane torch. I've tried it. I tried making a sword with a propane torch.
Sword? This is a small knife.
No. I'm saying I made a sword.
Okay.
You never saw my videos on that? Anyway, what I had to do is I had to get actual burnt wood coal, not charcoal, but burnt wood coal, and use force air through a metal pipe to get it hot enough to turn it orange. And I couldn't beat it, but I could get it in line to grind it.
That's one way you can do it.
The only way you're going to get the steel hot enough for knife making, seriously, is probably you'd have to make yourself a mini forge that's gas fed through putting inside the mini forge, what's it called? Ceramic insulation. The other ability is if you bought a ceramic type grill, you could get that hot enough inside. But outside of having ceramic or forced air with actual real coal, you can't heat the metal up enough.
Well, I need to get like a I need to get like I'm not just gonna put the propane next to it. I want to try that first though, because I've seen like what's his face? Do you know a knife maker on YouTube called Walter Soros?
No.
Okay. Well, he made a machete, a 18-inch machete using 01 steel. Okay. And all he did was pretty much just run a propane torch up and down on it. Okay. This guy's a professional knife maker. He got it hot. He got it to where it's demagnetized and then quenched it. So small knife, I think I can pull it off that way. If not, then I can get like a what do you call this? Like a cinder block, and then put the propane torch. The heat's all isolated on it, and that's that's like making a makeshift forge right there. I've seen that. I've seen people do that with like fire bricks and stuff, and regular bricks.
I have an announcement to make.
What?
I finished my RO test, and now I just have to submit it.
Okay.
Oh, did you pass?
Done. I don't know. I gotta submit it. That's what I just said.
Okay, so good guy.
Yes, I most definitely passed.
On the right, good guy, there's a link. Click on that. That's me using a forge. So, again, just watch it and see what you think. And then there's some other links on my videos where I do.
Well, I'm making like a small knife, like not even Bowie. Like this is gonna be a 4-inch blade to start with.
I posted a link in both the main chat and in here to Sword Buyer's Guide. It's a website I follow mainly for sword reviews, but a lot of guys on there make knives and swords from stock removal, as well as forging. I thought I'd post that as something not normally think of. I don't work with making knives, but I do some basic blacksmithing. Not a lot of heat, but more metal shaping, as I like making armor. They do Western medieval reenactment, make gauntlets and steel breastplates and backplates and brigandines and leg armor and armor, etc. So I do have familiarity with that, as well as sharpening and reshaping blades. But forging, I wouldn't use a torch alone. I would use a forge. You want to do it right. And you also have to worry about heat treat after you're done forging the blade.
Oh,
it
yeah.
needs to be heat treated properly. That is something you may want to have it done professionally the first time.
I have a what do you call this? I have a toaster oven for that. So.
Toaster oven, dude. Maybe a microwave oven, man. Do you know who Baltimore Knife and Sword is?
Yes. Oh yeah. They make. I watch their videos all the time.
Okay, good. So because it's not just knife community. I also look at the sword making community for ideas as well, or someone like Peter Johnson for he does all the prototyping for a company called Albion, which makes very high-end medieval sword replicas. They're very expensive.
And again, if you watch the mini videos on home blacksmithing and sword making, actually, they're almost all using ceramic forges with forced gas in them that can heat the metal up super hot. Very few people are using the old style of burning material. It's almost all natural gas, but it's got to be in a condensed ceramic oven that's about a foot by a foot that they can stick it in and superheat the metals. But again, that's a high-end expense. So, like I said, good guy, just look at my video and just see what it looks like when I heat my sword up using forced air and coal. Just to give you an idea.
I agree with Nathan. Although that's the right way to do it, that's really hard to get consistently good heat with coal. You would need someone stoking the fire and watching it constantly, whereas with a propane forge, you could do it one-man job. You have a little temperature gauge to tell you exactly how hot it is at all times.
Well, what I was telling him is my forced air with coal didn't even do the job, to be honest with you. It let me bend the metal to the point I wanted it, but I could not hammer or shape it. It could not get to that heat.
If it's really thin, like sometimes if I'm working with just sheet metal 14 gauge and I have to shape it a certain way, I'll use a Mappy gas torch, but that's just to do like little bends and stuff like that. I wouldn't use it for serious forging a whole blade, but for small bends and things like that, sometimes you can just get away with a torch, but that's usually more for making armor, not full-on swords. That I agree with Nathan on. You need a full forge for that. Actually, you know what? I got a cool project I just finished I can show off. Oh, that looks pretty.
Well, I need a, the freaking problem with me getting a freaking forge is I gotta build. I know you said you want charcoal, but I need something that can force air. I can dig a pit, and that's about it. But it's building the freaking forge that's pissing me off.
Okay, so when I built mine with not these. Okay, to do a ceramic one, you need a friend who's a welder, and you need the ceramic.
I don't have a friend who's a welder.
You're looking at $200 to $300. What I did was I bought half-size cinder blocks, solid cinder blocks, but half-size, 6 inches by 3 inches, and made that on my back porch into the shape of the forge with a metal pipe, and I drilled holes in it. And then I used forced air with a mattress blower upper for camping that you plug into the wall to force the air through it. Basically, hair dryer type thing.
Yeah, I know. I have that battery operated that. It's getting okay. First of all, I am very lacking in materials here. I can get the bricks. However, I need a table. I need something to put it on, Unless you want me to lie it on the ground, which I'm also lacking in that too.
Porch in the backyard?
Yeah, porch in the backyard, so just on the floor then. And on the concrete. Burn the concrete.
Concrete in the backyard outside, yeah.
Okay, so I don't have that much of a backyard, so...
There is another option. There are pre-made forges. They're not cheap, but I posted a link in the slide chat.
It's 150. I saw one for $150.
This one's professional. It's $760.86.
Then fuck it. Okay, all right. So I don't know. You've never met me, but whenever you present something to me that's high dollar in price, I say fuck it. All right. If you ever tell me, oh well, get them more expensive. No, fuck you.
This is a suggestion. I've never done a gas forge, but let me tell you something. There's some things, at least I don't know about forges. If you do it your own, you can go cheap. But I know with anvils, unless you're getting free railroad rail, don't go cheap on anvils. I've learned my lesson to buy a cast iron crap.
I am not yet hammering. I am still. I am just doing stock removal.
Do you have a friend?
Hold on. Can I show you this? That's the sword I made.
What steel is that?
That's a leaf spring off a truck.
Okay. I wish I could find a leaf spring off a truck easy.
And it took forever to hammer it flat.
Like that. Yeah.
I hammered it flat, and I spent a month with a angle grinder grinding it to the right shape. So again, it's a ninja style sword, but it's made out of leaf spring, and it took me a month to make this.
That's a very shallow tip taper.
Well, it's custom.
Okay. No, I'm not. It's not bad. It's just that's very shallow.
Well, this thing was a pain in the ass. By the time I got to that, I was pretty much done with it. So anyway, this is a big, heavy hunk of steel. It feels like a big, heavy-duty machete, basically. It's not well weighted. I took 4 inches off of the end because it was so nose heavy. And it's still not that great of a sword, and I built it myself. Now, since then, I got a Hanwei katana. Oh, that thing is butter compared to this.
I got a couple of Hanweis, so yeah.
Yeah, so I got a Hanwei katana, and this thing here, that's my homemade built ninja sword that I forged, is basically a giant butter knife in comparison. It does not flow as smooth. It's heavy. It's strong. It's got good weight to it, but it's not a well-defined sword. It's a baseball bat sword is basically what this is. So anyway, but I made it. I love it.
Well, I congratulate you. I've never done that from stock removal, but I've done a lot of regrinding and regrounding. I know how long that can take. I went through more 4x36 belts than I can count, but if you taper it just right, it takes a long time, but you have to get the distal tapering correct. That's key. And the edge, get it convex so it's more Appleseed-like, like this. That's how you get a good edge. Now when it's more like this, then it's too much speed on it. You have to get it like this. You have the base be like 8 millimeters thick for a katana like that, and the tip should go down about 2 to 3 millimeters. But that takes a long time to do all that.
Yeah, well, I'm just getting started, so I just got a piece of steel. In fact, the one steel I chose to use in the future, what do they call this? The cheapest steel I can find for a knife is actually, what do they call this? Pry bars from Harbor Freight.
Yeah. Do you have a junkyard near you?
No, it's hard to find a junkyard near me. I went to a steel. I know it's not a junkyard, but I went to a steel place today. And for 8-inch by 2-inch bars of 1075, I spent $30, and that's a lot.
That is.
And then he told me he's gonna give me a discount next time. He kind of screwed up and told me that oh, 1075 is cheaper than 1095, and then he went back and says, oh, I'm sorry, it looks like 1095 was actually cheaper, and you would only spent $23 on the 1095, but it was already cut and done. So
What gauge is this steel?
3/16. Are you talking about thickness?
Yes.
3/16.
3/16. That's like 10 gauge.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, well, I mean, I know when I buy 16 gauge, either hot rolled, they don't specify what it is. I bought a 16 gauge hot rolled, 4 foot by 4 foot section for $40 a couple months ago. Then
Oh,
2
wow.
foot 2 foot by 3 foot for $20, something like that. It's on the same price for $20 like a month ago. But that's 16 gauge though, and it's whatever
Plate?
I can get. So yeah,
It's a plate?
yeah,
Okay.
large plate.
So yeah, that's what do they call this? For knife steels, I'm gonna go pry bar. For one day a machete, I can probably special order something.
You want to see my Hanwei?
Which one is it? What's the name?
Well, I got the Practical XL, which is the low-end model, right?
Mhm.
What I did was I ordered from a Hong Kong company, Dragon Suba, with the drag accents and the maroon piece here, and I redid the entire handle. This handle originally was totally black with a black Suba.
Looks good.
So I did that myself to the handle, and then it's just the standard Hanwei XL.
Looks good. Good. These I finished today.
Ooh.
Nice.
16 gauge. The only thing I didn't make myself were the hinges. Those I bought from Darkwood Armory. They do reenactment mainly for Rapier and HEMA. But took me a lot longer than I anticipated. 4-lane gauntlet. There's loose rivets, so they're not pounded all the way, so they can do this. Of course, need to wear gloves with them. Not right now. It's a little small for me, but I made them to sell to a friend of mine who has slightly smaller in hands than I do, so should work for him okay. Thank you.
Hey, so you make armor?
Yeah, I can go through my garage. I'll be here all night.
Hey, speaking of which, I'm actually watching a video right now. Two guys are doing MMA in armor, and
Oh my god, dude! This
and
is where
blunt swords, and shields.
Dude, you're gonna keep me here all night. I gotta wake up at 7 a.m. to go be at my reenactment group, but it'll be worth it. But yeah, that's what I do. I can show you some. This was the reason it came on, man.
Hey, have you ever made a jack chain with Gambison and jack chain?
I have Gambesons. I don't do textile. I would like to learn. I don't have a sewing machine. I have Gambesons. I buy them.
Okay.
They're
yeah,
not
but have you made jack chain for them? You know, like the.
I could do it. I know what you're talking about. Jack chains were for foot soldiers who couldn't afford a full set of armor.
Yeah.
They were made to protect the most likely areas to get hit. And wouldn't it be hard? I've made steel cups before for elbow cups and legs. I could break it out of my garage. It would take that long. Okay, sorry. I hope you don't mind change subject.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Chris.
Yeah.
Chris, you remember yesterday, Flippy, how you were telling me about Century Arms and candidate sites? I was telling you about that VZ58.
It's Canada as fuck, isn't it?
450 something miles later, and I got it. Almost did have a confrontation. Not with the guy who sold it to me. He was really cool, but he wanted to do it at a gas station. I was like, you sure? Like, all right. So I went there.
Well, it's probably my first time buying fucking guns at the back of a truck at a gas station.
Yeah, but as we were buying it, there were these group of kids in a little beat-up car that drove by, and they saw that we were doing some kind of sale. They didn't know what, but they're like, "Hey, man, do you have a cigarette lighter?" I'm like, "Dude, you're trying to jump us." And I'm just the guy selling to me is like, "No, we don't." I'm just sitting here. I'm holding my hand on my pistol. And the guy, his driver, keeps going on and leading again because they just try to jump us. And the guy in the back, he figures out that I might be carrying something. He's like, let's go right now. And he just drove off. Like, thank God I didn't have to do anything serious. Other than that, uneventful. 9 magazines. Actually, 2 of them were fully loaded. I didn't realize that, so I got a bonus 6.
So he got free bullets out of it.
Yeah. But works. Don't like the safety though, because do you think this is fire? It's not. This is supposed to be safe, and that's fire. But it's not bad. The stock's a pain in the ass to fold, but it is stout once there's like almost no wiggle at all once it's completely extended. But yeah. So yeah, just thought that was one of the reasons why I wanted to come on here. To let you know, and by the way, the sights are canted. Not a lot. It's like 2 to 3 degrees. It's really minor.
Well, again, it's a Century gun. Like,
yeah, but it's enough you can adjust. It's not like it's more like, or it's just a hair off. Like you can hardly tell. You really have to look.
That's cool. I'm just gonna sit here and like be having a big stupid smile because I'm right. Because I'm always right.
I could call it the canted check. It ain't that bad. It's like,
I mean, to be fair, that's how you know it's a Century Arms.
yeah. But everything else is awesome about it. But it's alright. I wanted to get off my chest because that was my music coming on. I'm sorry to steal, but it is important to talk about knives and swords and armor and so forth because that stuff's cool. And I have a lot of that stuff, and including these gauntlets that I've shown. Be in my garage here for like 20 minutes if I try to show everything I made.
Nice.
Probably will do some of that. Show and tell here. Yeah.
What'd be nice is I have a fucking surplus Russian knife thingy, which for some reason is slipping my mind. The like AK bayonet from like Romania. I can't fucking find a place around here that'll sharpen it. Everyone's like, oh no, it's too big. It's not a normal size knife. We don't have a jig for that. I'm like, well, fuck.
You don't need a jig. It's just practice. For knives, I would recommend belt sander to start with. I like doing it going up and down a 4x36. Once you do that, you get Nicholson filing stones. They sell them at Home Depot. You just run them straight up and down like this, going across. And then you go to sandpaper starting. I got 50 grit up to about 4. That should be good. But the key is go slow on a belt sander. Have a spray bottle of water. I mean, you really have to try to destroy the temper. Really, as long as you don't see it turning colors, is fine. If it gets hot, like toasty, like 150 degrees Fahrenheit, that's not gonna hurt it. But it takes practice. I'm good at it. I've sharpened stage swords that are meant for stage combat into sharp battle-ready weapons through that method. Crazy. Actually, I have a couple of them up. I'll be right back. I want to show off some stuff. Hold on.
Alright.
Oh, by the way, Ballistic, I'm holding off on casting for a while.
Oh yeah, are you just not doing it? I mean, you still have the stuff for it, right?
Here's the thing. I don't know if my stuff still works because it's in the backyard and it's been raining for quite a few. It's all covered up, but I don't know.
What's back there? I mean, you covered up with the tarp or whatever?
What do you call this? Well, the what do you call this? The molds are in a plastic bin, so that's fine. But I don't know. It's just been windy out there, so.
They'll rust. You gotta keep them dry. Are they like? Is the plastic bin got a lid on it?
Huh?
Is the plastic bin just like open, or does it have a lid on
It's
it?
a lid. It's got a lid on it. So.
Oh, okay. I mean, just check them though, because they'll get like those Lee molds, like they'll get light surface rust. Just go out there and just like take a wire, like a brush, and just brush some oil on them, and they'll be fine.
Okay. I still got some ammo that I made before, and yeah, my table is still. What do you call this? I'm still trying to figure out how to put a shelf back on my reloading table.
Yeah, I remember it fell a while back. You're in a video, actually, right? You got it on video.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like showed my camera on
Oh,
it.
that's right. Okay, yeah, I watched the video of you doing it. So showing what happened is what it was.
But yeah, it's I mean, I got plenty of ammo. I haven't been shooting. The only time I'm gonna be shooting here for a while is taking some of my old high school friends actually want to go shoot with me. So it's the only time I'm gonna be shooting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and besides, ammo's cheap for a bit. So I know, Hillary wins, and ammo will be $50 a bullet. So around.
That she's not gonna get it.
I know. But they want to make it so it's $50 around, and and you need
There'll be a lot more reloaders than won't there?
You need 24 hours of ID and a retinal scan for to buy ammo.
What? Oh gosh, freaking those pair of legs I made. Try to get these on camera best as I can.
Oh, nice.
Selection. These rivets are different. They're not loose rivets or slip rivets, so they slide in and out like this on both ends. The only thing that I didn't make on these are Home Depot hinges for door hinges, or this the outside plate to protect the outside of your leg. Do want to redo these because you don't have quite the flexibility that I'd like. But shoulders, I cut out the brass myself, made the crosses, did that with shears. This is done with loose rivets, not sliding rivets, where they're not pounded down all the way. Want to redo this here, just on the last lane, so attached to the leather, because I have a problem when I'm using it right now, where I can go from here, but I can't go all the way over here with the way it attaches to my gorget. This is the opposite side. I ain't done yet either. Let's see, what else do I have here? I have a breast plate and back plate I made. Brigandine. I don't know how I can show this off. This is the front. So you can see all the plates on the back. These are all, actually, I apologize. The middle row is 14 gauge steel, and the outer rows are 16 gauge steel. This should be able to withstand a pistol caliber round.
You trailed off.
Yeah, he lagged up.
Mm-hmm. I think your internet failed you, bro.
Dude, I'm watching this MMA thing. It's fucking weird.
What? Which one? The one I posted?
Yeah, it's fucking weird. Like two knights just hugging each other.
Well, it's close quarters combat. Yeah, there seems to be a lot, you know, that seems to be a new thing. Too bad you can't have axes. You can only have blunt swords.
Sure, T2 for you go straight.
I'm sorry? Silver Bull, is that you?
I think he's been talking the whole time, and he just now came back in for a second.
Okay.
I don't know. All it shows, so on my screen, all I see on his screen is the black thing of armor.
Yep.
That's
I know,
it.
he's completely like that. He needs to try to check his Wi-Fi or something. Now, this is the kind of MMA that I like to see.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh. Nathan left. Or
Does number lock on a computer turn off on its own after a while?
No.
No?
Heck, I must be accidentally keep hitting it and not realizing it. Like, I hit it and like when it won't work, I'm like, dadgummit, and I'll start like scrolling through the document. Freaking drive me crazy. I'm copying all my.
Christ, it's spreading.
I'm copying all over my all of my range officer answers to the.
Hey, Silver Bull, was that Brigandine you were showing us?
Yeah, I think the call dropped from the middle, and I was like, why did it go quiet?
That's your internet. It's because your bandwidth got overloaded or whatever.
Yeah, I love Brigandine armor. It's like.
Here, I'll show it again, man. This is the back side. All the plates are 16 gauge.
Yeah, I like Brigandine armor. It's
a lot more effort, although it's easy to do, but there's a lot of prep work you have to do making a Brigandine because you cannot take the plates off and clean them. You have to spray paint them all before you rivet them on.
Yep.
Some sort of. Now this is the front. This is a little heavier than normally. Our folds attached to it. That's why it has these straps. They're a little all over the place right now. So there would be folds here and here to help protect your legs. Now this one's a little different. The middle row is all 14 gauge steel, hot rolled, and the outsides are 16. In the middle, that should be able to take up to 9mm if you were to get shot in the chest with it, because it's 14 gauge steel. Much beyond that, I don't know. But I don't want to have.
Want to put that to the test.
Hey, have you seen the movie? What do they call this? Devil's Rejects.
No, I don't think I have seen that one particularly.
Okay. It's what they call it. There was a police raid in the scene in the beginning, and they all wore like, junkyard armor during the police raid. And yeah, they was withstanding shotgun bullets, but eventually, even they were using pistols, they just succumbed. They just too much. So yeah.
It all depends. All the stuff I have is not heat treated. I just have a guy in my group who he has been with us in a while. He moved on. He works for Baltimore Knife and Sword making armor for them now. But a number of his pieces still exist in our group. He's made 14 gauge heat treated steel armor that he's personally tested shooting handgun ammo out, and he couldn't pierce it.
Yeah, I'd like to get Brigandine then for like what do you call this? Just for the costume.
It's the easiest thing you could make. You need shears, large table shears. Northern Tool and Equipment's the best place. They have a good set for about $150 to ship to your door. It'll cut up to about 10 gauge. If you're just doing for play armor, 18 gauge, I guess. The leather is the most expensive part. The steel's cheap. But you can find some suede. All you do is you just cut it into squares, you round it off on a belt sander, and if you will need an anvil, if you have a friend or no friend of a friend that works for the railroad, Get a piece of railroad rail. That's the best starting anvil you can get.
Actually, you can. I know where I can get like on eBay. They sell like $25. You can get an anvil, rail track anvil.
Yeah. Do not ever buy shitty cast iron gray anvils. I learned from experience they suck.
Oh no. I'd rather get like railway anvils.
Yeah. They're not perfect. I
Railroad
have
track.
one. It was given to me for free by a friend who does work for the Florida East Coast Railroad, who shall remain unnamed. Yeah, I do have ductile iron, which is different. Ductile iron is halfway between steel and iron, so it's not shitty cast. It's more like steel that's heat treated. And that anvil was like $350, but it has a hardy hull and an actual horn. I can do stuff with I can never do with a railroad anvil. But for doing a brigandine, railroad anvil, that's all you need, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something in the future.
I mean, it may not be the cheapest place, but it's got everything. I don't know if it's by you, but Tandy Leather Factory. They're pretty good. They have rivets, leather. They only sell copper rivets, though. But like most of the rivets you see here, the brass ones are all from a company called Rivets Online. Now, you can get them a lot cheaper if you just want steel, but I opted for brass. Those were expensive, but I could have done that all with steel rivets for a third of the cost, but I wanted to be fancy. Yeah, but for the brigandine itself, I'd say at least 10-ounce leather. No more, no less. 8 ounce, actually, I'd take at least 8 ounce. 8 ounce is good.
8-ounce leather, okay.
Yeah, you don't want to go too heavy because the leather itself is not the armor. You just want it to be strong enough to take the weight of the steel.
Okay.
The other thing you could do, which I don't recommend, because I've done it, you could do cloth brigandine.
I was about to ask that.
No.
Why?
Because they rip and tear all the time. It's just constantly sewing things back together.
I was thinking just getting like one of those moving blankets.
No. You need duck cloth. From Joanne Fabric, you need to use. I use 1 layer of duck cloth. My friend, that was a huge mistake. We should use 4 or 5 layers between at least 2 to 3 for the top, and another 2 to 3 for the bottom. But because they just tear, they can't take the weight long term. Leather, I mean, it'll have little cracks and nicks and not look pretty, but it's way more rugged.
Okay.
Way more rugged than cloth. Cloth just turns to shit. Yeah.
Hey, Ghost Town been here? Been on the chats? I haven't stalked him in a while.
No, he's pretty busy.
Yeah.
He's been on Instagram and Facebook and stuff. I mean, but
Okay.
he comes in here every now and then, but not a whole lot.
Okay.
Just bought a knife from him the other day. It's really nice.
I wanted to tell him, yeah, I'm trying my hand on knife making. So.
Yeah, he could definitely help you out. That's for sure. Sure, he could give you a lot of advice.
He's got even less materials than I do.
If you want to do like a project, I find a really cheap but properly heat-treated stage sword and just work on it and just sharpen it. They're not supposed to be. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah, stage swords, yeah, they're kind of expensive. But here's the thing, though. If I ever make all the way up to a sword, the length that I am going to be going more is 24 inches, and that's because I practice Eskrima, Filipino martial arts, and I'm more into bolos than big swords. Granted, if I ever do get ambitious, I may create like Chinese, long swords.
Oh, good guy. You know what you need? You need a nice 3.5, 4 foot, 2-handed claymore.
No. I need a Zweihander. I need-
Are you familiar with an anime called Berserk?
Yes.
Yes, that.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
you fucking need the Dragon Slayer.
No man could lift that, but
That's actually not true. I saw a dude like actually like using one.
I am
It's
not. I'm
that
not as big as
crazy
Guts.
dude.
I am not as big as Guts. Nope.
that's just anime. I did post a link just to show you like this company called Stage Steel. They're real chintzy, but I mean they're heat treated. I mean you could spend just a couple of days just learning how to grind it down to an edge. It's only like $100 or so, 115.
I actually have one medieval sword with on me. I bought like this from Cult of Athena called the Archer sword. I think it's Hanwei, and it's a good sword.
Okay. I think I know
it's
which one you're talking about. I don't think it's Hanwei, but that's cool. Yeah.
I think it is Hanwei.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, not Albion. That's for damn sure. That's expensive.
I've owned Albion. I sold them. They're good, but I think for that kind of money, there are other swords you can get that are close enough for half the price.
Oh yeah, well they're like basic stuff starts range from $800 to $3,000, just depending on what type they are. What's funny is this: if you ever go to the how it's made video for how it's made swords, it shows Albion doing making the swords, and they cut it out of blanks, cut it out of sheets, right?
Yeah.
And in the comments, you get all these pseudo basement, metallurgists and experts saying, "Oh, that's not real sword. That's real swords are made with a forge and a hammer and and from a blank of steel, and not this modern crap." That steel is no good because it's a factory, not from the blood and sweat of a blacksmith or swordsmith.
It's not as personal, no. But there's a lot of handwork goes into Albion. But yes, they're hand cut. So they're cut on a CNC machine. What you're paying for are literal hours they spend getting the distal tapering correct.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of handwork. It's just, but the thing is, there's a lot of internet blacksmiths out there who spend in basements, never made a sword in their lives. So.
There's a lot of internet blank out there.
Oh, I know. Trust me, YouTube is full of them. It's just so funny that I know the truth. The thing is, modern steel. The reason why they had to hammer steel back then is because they had shitty steel. Nowadays, we got steel coming out of factories that are just as good, if not better. But these people think that you need like you need a blacksmith and a hammer and an anvil to make a proper sword so it can cut through a tank and shoot lasers or something.
Like the original fucking Japanese like katanas. The reason they had to fold them so many times because it was shitty pig steel.
Exactly.
It was like pig iron. Sorry, it was like it was garbage.
Yeah, exactly. But no, according to these, especially the katana cult people, is like, no, a real katana is made by from sand steel, so that they can cut machine guns in half and mountains and shoot lasers and.
Yeah,
I will say though,
it's like a real Japanese katana. That's how sharp and strong they are.
With modern technology, you can do a hand-forged sword a lot faster because of power drop hammers. And a lot of companies like Baltimore Knife and Sword do that. They'll make bullet rather than pound it by hand. Power hammer, a lot faster, a lot easier.
Yep, and well, they had a power hammer back then. It's called Two Guys That You Hired.
They did have tools though. A lot of people forget that a lot of these forges weren't built next to rivers for nothing, but they had basic rudimentary belt sanders and grinding wheels.
Oh yeah, the what do they call this? When the Japanese masters nowadays use power hammers. Another thing I read a lot on YouTube is that the comments is like, oh, power hammer, what a pussy. you should use your own arms and legs like the real masters do. It's like, are you? Look, there's Japanese masters out there using power hammers. In fact, when the power hammer came to Japan, they was like, holy shit, this is a blessing from the heavens. I know. There's again, yeah.
There's.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
There are things that are easier to do with forging with power hammers, because it's easier to get tapering right with a hammer, just to get it hard and soft, than it is to have to grind it down.
Yep.
So there are times where forging is better than doing all grinding.
They're both risks. There's two types of risks. With hammering, you can get cracks. With stock removal, you can go too far and to get too much, get rid of too much material. So neither method is foolproof.
Of course, I agree. You can't go too thin. Like, you don't want to do less than 2 millimeters at the tip usually.
Yeah, because you're so worked up on trying to get the right form, and you realize, oh shit, that's too much steel I just removed.
Yeah.
You know.
And again, there are other type tapering, of course. Like, this sword has no distal tapering, but it has a lot of profile tapering, so it handles very well, because it starts out about an inch thick at the base, and then gets to a little less than half by the tip. And it still cuts pretty well. This is made by Fabri Armorum. Their budget. They're out of the Czech Republic. They're a little different the way to do it. They hard brace the pommels on, which is actually less expensive from the do and easier, and they're very rugged.
Okay.
Not perfect. Like, the sword is a little bent. I don't know if you can see it. Not perfectly straight. It's bent to one side, but it is functional and returns to true.
Back to guns really quick. Anybody get any new stuff?
Yeah, I got the VZ I was showing off a moment ago.
Yep, I saw that. That's awesome.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I think this is an AK-47 barrel that Century uses for this, same as their AKs from Green Mountain.
Okay.
And I think that means that the sights are an AK, as is this bayonet lug.
Okay.
As is the muzzle brake. It's left-hand thread, so I think you can get an AK muzzle brake for it.
I am still thinking about turning my PAP pistol into a full-blown rifle by adding a. I already have
SBRing it, or like pin and welding the barrel so it's the rifle?
I am having a. What do they call this? A POW suppressor welded on it. I already have a like a AK. It's hard to find an inexpensive PAP extended what do they call this POW suppressor. So I have an adapter actually for AK POW suppressors. So I'll use that. So I'm gonna get a AK POW suppressor, and then I already have a stock a selection of stocks I can use.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of I've basically had to downsize this year, and I took on way too many projects last year.
Oh, okay.
So this year, like, my main things are I'm properly restoring a Remington 870 Police Magnum.
Nice.
Back to being full, like, wood, everything. In May, it's going to get like completely stripped down and whatever the process is. I can't remember what it's called. The like, not bluing, but parkerizing. There we go.
Okay, nice.
It's gonna get reparkerized. I'm right now currently working on the stock and the hand guard on the thing, or the pump, to get the wood pieces back up in the proper order.
I'm heading out, guys, so I'll talk to you later. Nice seeing you again, good guys.
Hey, nice seeing you again, man.
Good evening.
Take care, Caleb.
And then I have my own PAP that's getting SBR'd.
Now, Silver Bull, actually, going back to forging real quick. All right, so I told you some of the steels I want to use for knives is going to be, what do they call this? Pry bars from Harbor Freight. For like $3, I can get a pry bar. I can just chop that down. I'm thinking about, since I'm only using the center piece, the rest of the steel I'm going to billet. Then, when I can forge, I have steel for forging.
I've only cut and shaped I have used heat, but it's been to make it easier to shape sheet metal, but I don't have a forge. I have everything else, but I don't have... I live in an HOA. I can't just dig a hole in the backyard and do that. I don't have a backyard. I have a patio, and that will fly. So I would have to be stuck to like a mini gas forge, like the one I showed you in that link that's like $800 or something.
I'm thinking about making like a pizza oven in the backyard. And it's going to be a pizza oven. However, I can still make it so there's like vent holes on there, like for funneling. What do you call this? Funneling air, so that can double as a forge. Yeah. So if this house ever have to sell this house, hey, I got a pizza oven in the back. So
right.
if you want to use it.
Oh, that's cool, man. It is something I want to do. My friend, he is a professional welder. He keeps talking about how he wants to go and build all of his own armor and stuff like that. He doesn't have the time, but he wants to do forge. He's always talking about it. I don't have, but I like I said, I've done a lot of my own armor. Not everything, but
armor is going to be hard for me, so I'm more like into making the blades. So
I'm telling you right now, armor is easy. When you have to use a full forge, it's a lot harder because you can just buy the sheet metal. You're just cutting it out like paper.
Yeah,
literally.
I need a like a cutter. I need like a bench cutter for that. So, or even just I can work.
Honestly, can't you just get like airplane shears and just fucking chop it up legitimately like
you
paper?
can. That's it. That's it is. Bench cutters. The airplane shears, pretty much. Something similar. So like that big lever thing, right?
Yeah, like I used to have to actually work at a machine shop or a metalworking shop. So
yeah. So like a big lever thing that can chop it, and then I'll probably I can form it on a what do you call it? How do you bend your steel on a
I have anvil and swag blocks. I'm not dragging that out of the garage. That's dust heavy. I'll try to take pictures. But look in the side there. It's actually on sale for $90. That's an extreme deal. You should buy it. That's the one I have. The Northern Industrial sheet metal shear for 12 inches. That's how I do all my bolt cutting. I just want to do straight lines.
I need a bench, and that's another thing I need to do. Here's the thing. I am hoping my brother moves out soon. So he occupies the garage right now with his car. So when he leaves, I get the whole garage for myself, and then I'll have a shop. So right now, while he's here, I'm limited to what I can do.
That's all right, but I'm using an old kitchen table and a computer desk that my dad gave me, and it works just fine. So it gets.
I guess in the garage. So.
Oh, that's what I'm using. I understand you have a car in there right now. It's not yours. It's your.
My brother has to park his car in there, so I can have.
I do buy that though. If you want to do any kind of large sheet metal, that will save your life. That and anything else I can't do with large, I just use 16 gauge hand shears from Home Depot.
I can do that for like making cutting steel for blanks, right? For knife blanks, right?
You can only go up to. I'd only go up to about 12 gauge thick with that. That would be a little overkill for it, but for armor making, that's what you want.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to do thicker than 12. That even like 14 sometimes is a little hard to cut with it, but for 14 and 16, if all you're doing is just like making armor, that's the bomb. It's made life so much easier for me than using electric shears.
Okay, good. One day I'll make jack chain.
All right. Oh, right. You can fire this like a pistol too, by the way, because it's got the wire stack. It's a pain to. You have to really put your finger in there, thumb in there, and then you can attenuate it. But yeah.
Pink is saying as soon as your brother moves out, Bob is moving in.
Hey, here's the thing though. Okay. Here's funny, right? And I don't care if I got a text message saying that Bob was in town. It's actually in town, right? and he wanted me to shoot with him, and so, and I said,
shoot him.
Shoot with him, like he was, G-Webs is actually asking me to go out shoot with him, and I said, I think everybody here thinks that it's a joke that I hate his ass. It's not a joke. I hate his ass. And freaking told him I am not going anywhere near that fucking idiot.
Who's Bob?
He's a Canadian old timer that just annoying as fuck.
All right. Does he hang out with us here in Gunshot?
Sometime.
Yeah, he's a funnier old dude. He's been mostly recently though. He like comes in and then he's chill.
He's a dickhead. No, he's not a dickhead. He's a dipshit. Sorry.
So is he a big fun of your accent or something? I don't know.
No. Here's the thing. No.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. We're talking about the subject, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, he's gonna come in with either. Well, okay. First of all, when we talk about U.S. gun laws, U.S. How things in the U.S. and stuff like that, and all of a sudden, he's like, well, here in Canada, we're not fucking talking about Canada, you piece of shit. Second of all, he's like, he thinks he's an expert on something all the time, and we talk about something, and all of a sudden, well, if you do this, and if I say, oh my God, it's like, no, he's pissed off more than just me. Okay, he's actually smart enough people, to piss enough other people off. So it's not just me.
Okay. Well, Daryl's from Canada. He doesn't do stuff like that.
No. I know another guy in Canada. Yeah, Darren. Yeah,
Darren. I meant Darren.
Yeah, Flav. I like Darren. He's an awesome guy.
Oh, Sasquatch.
You say, here's the thing. I don't care. I don't. It's not about him being Canadian that pisses me off. He's being an idiot that pisses me off.
I hear that. Like, well, in Canada, we do things this way. This is like, oh, I get it.
Doesn't sound anything like that.
Sorry, my bad Canadian impersonation. Yeah.
That was Canadian?
I don't know. It's freaking like.
Sounds like Minnesota.
I'm bad with impersonations. I don't know.
For some reason, I can't send on gun channels.
I don't know. I haven't been here long enough to like hate anyone yet.
I've known Bob a long time. He was one of the few originals that came in, and he was one of the original people that came in, and he was I mean, he was cool for a while. He just got so tiring. He just pissed me off.
Some people, I don't know what it is. I mean, like, you grow to like him. Like, when I first listened to Yankee Marshall, I thought he was a giant jackass. Then I found one of his other videos. Like, he's actually pretty funny.
He is a giant jackass. But
he is a giant jackass, but he is funny.
But he's I consider him enough of a friend.
Yeah.
So at least him, he's even level-headed for the most part. But he's still a dip. But he can still be a jackass, and
But he makes logical arguments, and that I respect about him.
Yeah. And again, it's not okay until I'm sorry. It's just you guys are gonna have to, a lot of people are saying, well, Bob's a cool guy. Bob's a cool guy. Well, he gets me the wrong way. I'm sorry. It's, I just don't want to be near the guy.
I haven't met Bob, so I shall reserve judgment.
I know. That's fine.
Everyone else?
I mean, I've talked to him a few times. He hasn't said anything that agitates or annoys me.
What do they call this? There is one gun that I do plan on only one gun that I do plan to get this year. That's it.
Oh.
And that's a Ruger LCR. And if I can afford the one in 3% Magnum, I would, but I'd settle for 38 Special.
I'm partial to SP-101 because I like having all stainless, but it's a good gun.
The reason why I want to get an LCR is this. I already have a revolver. I mean, I can get any revolver. However, it's not about pretty. The thing is that I've shot a LCR 3% Magnum, and the thing is a shock absorber. The thing absorbs recoil. I have a 38 Special Taurus 85. That thing when you shoot it, you feel in your hand. It's one of those guns that is definitely meant for self-defense because that's when you don't give a shit about the recoil. You're just scared. You're just shooting it to save your ass. But a Ruger SCR is like it's meant to fire in range because the grips are so shock absorbing and it's soft. So that's why I want to get one of those so I can. I want to train people. I want to train people in shooting. Like some of my friends actually asked me to go out shooting with them, and one of the options I want to give them is here. Try a revolver out. If you don't want, if you want to get a revolver one day, here you go. So, and this is what I recommend because it's very comfortable to shoot and practice with.
I agree. That's actually why I was leaning towards SP-01 because it's all stainless, thinking that would absorb recoil better. But they're heavy. But maybe 350. I love 357 Magnum and a 2-inch barrel. I would stay with 38 Special Plus P because I shot enough 2-inch barrel 357s to know all you get is a giant fireball. It looks cool, except you can't see what you're hitting.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, the reason why I want to get a 357 Magnum is, you got an option for 38 plus P, just because you can handle it, and I reload for both rounds. So.
Yeah.
And I like my recipe for 357 Magnum. It's really awesome. It packs a wallop.
That's cool. I don't reload. I'm scared of blowing my guns up. My friend does. He does pretty good, but I shot one of his reloads one time. I was 1911. I got a squib while I was shooting one of his reloads. His 1911. He yelled at me to put the gun down on the table before I double feed.
I blew up a 1911, and that doesn't stop me. I had my barrel. I had a squib. Basically, I shot one in. I had a reload that did not have powder. So guess what? The bolt stayed in the barrel. But stupid me, I decided to shoot again. And that pretty much put a hole on the side of the. It cracked the. It shot out still, but the side of the barrel pretty much bulged out and cracked. So I have to get the gun itself, the rest, the frame, everything's fine. I just need to get a new barrel. That's another thing I'm going to get when my taxes come in. So I'm getting me a new barrel, and and it still works. But that doesn't scare me. It just makes me wanna. This just makes me wanna make sure that every round I have has a powder, or if I ever feel like I had too much of a light tap and not a kick. Because I had that before too on the liver gun. So
if I hadn't stopped and I cycled it, that's exactly what would have happened. In that case, to my friend's 1911, it would have exploded the barrel. That's why I put it down when he yelled, "Steven, put the gun down!" I'm like, okay. Just slowly on the table.
Yeah, I just don't reload because I would rather do other things with my time.
You do save money, but you gotta know what you're doing.
I feel like you don't save that much money.
Well, when it comes to 357 Magnum, it saves me a good amount of money because 357 Magnum is expensive as fuck, and it saves me for like a quarter of the price of a box of 357 Magnums. I can make like 100 rounds, and especially when casting my own bullet. The casting your own bullet takes time. That's the one that takes the most time for me. When it comes just to reloading, it's 10 rounds every. For a day I made like 40, 50 rounds a day, and that's just like sitting down casually in front of my reloader, and then and that's it. By the end of the week, I realized I had like hundreds of rounds.
Awesome, yeah.
And I still got plenty of those. I'm still getting rid of junk rounds that I made when I first started.
Shooting them or breaking them apart?
No, shooting them.
Awesome.
I had like really, really, really light. I had a friend that went to the range with me, and I had some. I remember it was, hey, wait a minute, these are like my first few rounds that have very, very light. I mean, they shoot, but they're like very low recoil, low power. And I had to shoot them. It's like, oh, this is nice and easy. I was like, yeah, because those are my first. Those are very light rounds that I made a long time ago. So they have a purpose.
No, I don't blame you. I mean, box of factory lead nose hardcast 357's like $30 for 50.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's that it's amazing though. That's the price. It never deflated in price though. Even when the ammo was being scarce, it never inflated in price. It's $30 for 50 all the time. So, what else? One favorite thing I do is when I teach people, especially with a 357 Magnum pistol, is I have a Smith & Wesson Model 19, and I have my friend first time shooters. Okay, I load 30 specials in there first. I had them shoot. Oh, here's a 357 Magnum. It's a very powerful handgun. Try it. And then they shoot. It's like, oh, that wasn't much. Okay, now let's put Magnum rounds in there. And then it's like, holy shit.
Oh yeah, I those K-frame combat assists. That same friend of mine at Reloads, he's got like 3 or 4 K-frame 19s. I like the L-frame size more. It's a little bit bigger, because the 19s are really great, but they will wear before the L-frames miss, like the 586 or the 686, because they're a little heavier, a little thicker.
Anybody else have any new guns?
I bought a lot of the last couple months, but I've shown pretty much all of them, including the one I just got today, but that was a long drive.
Oh, I saw something interesting today. I was buying steel, and there were 2 sheriff's deputies in there buying steel also. One of them had the standard Glock, normal stuff, but the other guy, 1911. In what do you call this, condition 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, okay, I see he's got liberties to carry whatever he wants, because that's a custom. It looked like a custom gun.
That's awesome, man. I'm telling you, man. 100 years, people will still be carrying 9-tails. There'll be that one guy like, yeah, you have your phasers and rail guns, but John Moses Browning was the best one. Cocked and locked, baby. Be like year 2200 will be in space on Mars. There'll still be people carrying 1911.
Oh yeah. Here's the thing. I mean, we pretty much. All right. If you notice science fiction nowadays, other than Star Wars, most of the people in science fiction are still using hard ammo. We've realized now that it's going to be a bitch to have lasers. It's just not feasible. Okay, we can't have
the current technology we have. It pretty much takes half a room of equipment to fire a laser that's strong enough to do anything.
Exactly. So if you look at like Halo, they what do you call this? The Marines are still using hard ammo. Even though they have faster than light travel. So
308, if I remember correctly, or yeah, 308. Yeah, in Halo, the Halo battle rifles and all that shit use 308 rounds.
Yep.
Yeah, but the Halo rifles have digital displays that tell you how many rounds are left, which is cool.
I mean, it's not super advanced because the fucking assault rifle in Halo doesn't have any iron sights. You're just supposed to hip fire that bitch and hope for the best.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, in the future we will still have hard ammo. That's just not going to change. Bullet is a bullet.
That's true.
But yeah, it's what do you call this? Yeah, a 1911 is just people be carrying that for a long time. It's just speaking of carrying 1911s, I saw this lady. There's actually a couple. This lady was open carrying a 1911. Okay, the guy was not carrying anything. So the lady is the defensive.
Sometimes women wear the pants, man. I see it in a few relationships.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it's like that, but it's kind of weird to see like the lady's packing a big gun, and the guy, I don't know, maybe he had a Derringer. I don't know. You never know.
Well, right now, this is what I've been carrying with me today and got me out of that situation with those kids. I'm pretty sure they want to jump us, but little CZ75 compact 9. She's good, pretty accurate, just a little tricky to hold on with those wood grips, but I know how to hold it now after some practice. carries well. A little heavy, 32 ounces, but
I still carry, my only standard carry right now is my MNP9 Compact. All the time. And the thing is, I am such a lazy bastard. It's always in my fanny pack. All I have to do is put the fanny pack on, I'm good to go.
Alright.
Dude,
I haven't worn a holster in a long time. I haven't worn
couldn't be seen outside wearing a fanny pack. I couldn't do it.
I do not give a shit.
Like, I'm married too, so I'm already at that stage where it doesn't matter anymore. I can let my appearance go to shit. But I still can't wear a fanny pack.
I can get away with it. I look like a dork. And people, but don't, I don't treat me any differently. So I wore, I wore a fanny pack to what I call it, a few special events in the past. So no one bugged me about it. So.
Yeah, my carry gun is a Para 1911 that's double stacked, and so it holds like 14 45 rounds.
Oh, the Para is nice.
You're concealed carrying that?
Hell yeah.
A big ass gun. Hey.
Were you like 6'10"?
I can see it. I can do that.
Holy crap, man! This is about the biggest semi-auto I can carry right here, comfortably. Dude, you're crazy. 14 rounds of 45. Holy crap.
What do you call this? Sometimes I do wear a holster, but yeah, it's. I carried to my high school. I carried to my high school reunion, but I had a shirt over it, so nobody saw it.
No one saw your fanny pack.
No, I wasn't. No, I did not. Oh, I wore a holster I wore a holster to that shit. So.
But yeah, nah. Like, of course I'm gonna conceal carry my double stacked 1911 because that shit's fucking baller. Also, why wouldn't I want 14 rounds of 45? Considering the fact that with my current luck on this gun, I'll be able to get like 6 out, and then the gun will break somehow.
You must be one big, freaking huge person. I mean, not saying that, but I mean, like.
Dude, I'm like 5'11". I'm an average size human being.
How the hell are you carrying that? If it was that thing's got to weigh like 3.5 pounds. Something ridiculous.
No. It's not like. It's a fucking handgun, dude. I'm not like walking around with a Barrett 50 cal strapped to like my hip.
Still gets on you, man. Size and weight constraints, man.
That's fine. What I really need is for Nathan to make me a holster, or to just send me one of his like old ones that aren't good enough to sell.
Well, if you're carrying a normal size pistol, people spend a lot of money in holsters, but this one, the CZ, it's in Uncle Mike's, just for $15, universal holster, size 5.
I got those.
I love them. Uncle Mike's works. Cheap.
You know what? That's the same as the Blackhawk.
Yeah, Blackhawks are for revolvers. Uncle Mike's are for the semi-autos. Yeah.
Well, no, there's actually a Blackhawk brand exactly like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. My revolvers are Blackhawks. I couldn't find Uncle Mike's for revolvers my size. Oh, it's because I went to Bass Pro Shops, and then my local gun store carries Uncle Mike's. That's what it is. Right.
All right, guys. Nice talking to you guys again. Hey, nice talking to meeting you, the new guys here, Silver Bull. My name is Chris. The people call me Good Guy with Gun 77. I am actually right now in the middle of not doing any. I have a YouTube channel, but I'm probably gonna do a video making holsters because it's gonna be my next video because I haven't made a video in months. But I used to be a regular on the chats, so it's not that it's not that I don't like any people anymore. But I've just been busy, so.
In other words, this is my second week here, going into my third week.
So
I love it so far.
So yeah, so basically, it's I'm just I've just been. It's just been a very very busy, and I got a lot of hobbies. But yeah, archery is also part of my hobby right now. So.
Dude, man, you should join my reenactment group, Adrian Empire. We do all that, man. Or the SCA, if you can't find one of our chapters, SCA probably.
What state do you live in?
Florida.
Ugh, sorry. I have friends over there, but yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah, I know. I'm in Arizona, so.
All right. We have a chapter in Arizona.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. There's HCAC here too. I know of them here. So.
Yeah.
But what do you call this? I do mostly Filipino martial arts, so I'm more close-quartered, short-blade. So.
That's cool. Nothing wrong with that.
All right. I'll see you guys later. Take care.
You too, Chris. No. Can't stay too much longer to get for 7. Not pulling all-nighter, but
Pussy.
I got work.
The other night I was like, yeah, I need to go to bed. I actually have to do work things. And it was fucking like 5 in the morning, and you're like, nah, you're just a bitch.
I wasn't saying that. It was some other people. It was Darren saying it. I was like, go to bed, whatever. Yeah. So I want to know, because you have a couple AKs, but does the short sight radius bother you on these communist-style guns?
Nah, not really. Like, I put a red dot on my IO-AK before I got rid of it. And then, like, for my PAP, I shaved the sights a little bit, like the back wedge, so it's actually a little bit bigger, so it allows for a better sight picture. But even then, it's a fucking pistol, so it's like next to like ridiculously hard to properly aim that goddamn thing.
Yeah.
As soon as I get it like sent off and get it actually set up as an SBR, it's gonna be fantastic.
I don't want to have to go through NFA paperwork. I'll just get a 6.5-inch barrel, but more power to you, man. It's cool. I see why people do it. I'd rather do that with a pistol caliber carbine, though. That would make sense for an SBR for me, not.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way. What's your favorite car?
It's all personal preference here, but I'm a Ford guy. I think you're gonna say, well, mine's Chevy and or something like that. But yeah.
I mean, mine is Mercedes, the actual, good thing. But no. Like, what's your favorite car? Best car in the world to you?
Best car in the world, current production. Probably, even though it's not Cadillac. I like to get a Cadillac CTSV someday.
Like any year, you're like dream thing. Either way.
It's a Cadillac CTSV, yeah.
Alright, well it'd be like that, but then putting on a giant floppy dildo onto the front of it. It's just not going to look right, and it's going to be like, well, this is weird. Where, like, you could, have a nice, short, sexy, like, SBR, the way the communist intended.
Yeah. No, I agree. The SBR laws were stupid. I was trying to say, I actually agree with you. I would put a rifle stock and do all that, but for a rifle caliber, I like having a longer barrel because that reduces muzzle flash and increases velocity exponentially. But for if you really wanted like an SBR platform, I do high capacity 9 or 40 or 10 millimeter with a pistol caliber carbine with a 10-inch barrel, because then you don't need a large barrel to take advantage of all that extra velocity you're not going to get with a 16 versus a 10.
I mean, honestly, you don't really lose all that much when it comes to like a 7.62 by 39. Like you still lose a good amount, but not like as much as you think it would. Like you can still accurately hit shit up to like 300 yards with like no issue.
Yeah, that's about the max distance you go with 7.62 39. I think 2. But 3, if you had to, I guess you could. Although 3 would be better for that. That's not what the cartridge is meant for. It was meant for 50 to 150 yards, realistically.
I mean, that shit still works like fantastically, though.
Yeah.
And like either way, it's fucking neat. And there are like different muzzle brakes you can get. Like there's the is it Manticore who does it, or is it Cret? I can't remember who. Someone does like a big ass fucking cone looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like drastically reduces like muzzle flare and all that. I personally use like the original Krinkhoff style or the Suchka style one on mine.
Do you like these? Just the basic slanted?
Personally, nah, I'm not like a big fan of the slanted ones. I like the AK-74 muzzle brake so much better on like an AK, just because to me it looks cooler. For like actual logistics, they're about the same.
All right.
It's just like aesthetically, one's much cooler to me than the other.
I like the slanted, but on my Mini 30, I have a really expensive muzzle brake on there, and I have no fire at all at the end, and it's just perfect. It's got the holes drilled just right and everything, so it spoiled me. So I guess I like that for this. So that way there's no fireball at all.
I kind of like the fireball as long as you're like not night shooting. It's really not a big issue.
Yeah, this would be.
However,
Like,
it will scare the fuck out of the old people next to you. Dude, the most recent time I was at the range, I was having a grand old time with my like brand new to me. The thing's been around since 1990. The shotgun I got, and like. I was like, alright, well, I'm going to set this down for a little while and fucking whip out my Suchka, because that shit's fucking, the PAP M92. I like, because this shit's so much fucking fun, I love this gun. I fired it, there's an old guy next to me, like, reloading a revolver, he fucking, like, flipped his shit, like, he dropped his, like, he dropped the bullets on the ground, and he just, like, spun around, like, a fucking bomb just went off next to him. He's like, what? And he's just like staring at me as I'm shooting, and I'm just like, I look over at him, and he's like looking at me, and I'm like, "Hi, friend," and he's like, "Oh, whatever." Picked up his bullets, started reloading his gun again.
is this the guy who's like, "Here's $600"?
Nah, that was like the first time I brought it out to the range. And I'm like, oh my god, nah.
Yeah.
Which I then got back, and my wife's like, "You're a fucking idiot. You should have sold it to him for $600." And I'm like, "Nah."
Would you made money?
I would have made like $200 off of it. I bought the thing for like $4. It was like $4 something, because then he was like $600. I'm like, nah. He's like $650, and I'm like, nah.
I would have sold it and got another one.
Yeah, but this one and I have already bonded. Like, we've become friends.
Oh, yeah, I can understand that. You know. I like
a
guns like
shitty
that.
Sentry.
You know what?
Like, in all honesty, I don't really have that big an issue with Sentry. Sentry's fine. They're canted, but, you know, it's Sentry. Fucking IO I hate with a passion because they're actual garbage. And, like, their CEO dude was like... he, like, came out on some videos. He's like, yeah, I challenge anyone that our IO products are even better than Arsenal. And I'm like, you're full of shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Even this one, like, little can, not a lot. Just it's just like 1 to 2 degrees. Just, you really gotta look to tell. It's not even worth fixing. If anything, just get a windage adjustment, and that should take care of it.
It depends on the gun. But yeah, honestly, you should totally get into NFA items before the 180 days is over. Just because it gets grandfathered in, and it ensures that your family gets to keep the guns. And it's just so fucking neat. Like, just don't buy, like, buy one less gun, or just a little bit less ammo, and then, bam, your paperwork, tax stamp, everything's all set. And then just purchase something really fun.
There's nothing I really want to SBR, except what I was saying. A pistol caliber card. Oh, I actually Evo Scorpio.
Get a fucking Evo Scorpion. Those things are fucking awesome. Or like even better, get a 500 Smith & Wesson like mare's leg, and SBR that shit.
SBR fucking revolver.
Nah, like a mare's leg, like a lever action.
Oh, okay. There's a okay. That might be a good idea. I kind of like the CVM of Scorpion. Although I wish CZ, because this 9x19, it'd be perfect if it took CZ75 magazines. Then you could just use the same magazines as my CZ75.
I mean, just buy new magazines.
Yeah, that's why I like my CX4 Storm, because it was the exact same magazines as my Beretta 92, but I'd rather have this instead, so I sold it.
Wait, on that like Florida carry thing, does that will that count me towards like since the fact that I'm not in Florida, I'm in Texas? Would I still be able to use the trust, or is that like?
Yes, all 50 states.
All right, cool. And like, is this a lawyer who's going to be setting me up with the trust, or like, is it I get paperwork that I have to fill out myself?
Basically, you fill out a form online. It is set up by the whole form is set up by an attorney, David Goldman, at DudeGunTrust.com. He is really the guy that started the whole lawyers doing gun trust. He was an estate attorney that realized that it was a very pro-gun guy that said that, wow, I can use all these estate trusts to do gun trust for NFA, and really tailored a proper trust for doing firearms. So it is really the gold standard, the one that we use.
Okay, because I'm still like trying to get that set up in the meantime. Like, there was a lawyer at my gun club who was doing them for about $230 a set.
Yeah, and Goldsmith's trusts are usually $200 a piece. But he's a member of Florida Carry. He gave us a huge discount. We're passing on that discount to, well, basically sign up members. The trust is kind of a loss leader for us.
But yeah, anyone who can, get a trust, start buying fun toys the government doesn't want you to have.
Yeah, but I mean, we were the first ones to come out with a $100 trust, and that was a trust and membership combined. Nobody was offering a gun trust for $100, much less a gun trust plus a membership in a gun rights organization at the time for $100.
On this plan thing, it just says $50.
Keep reading.
Oh, okay.
It's $50 for the membership, and but it's $100 for the membership and trust.
All right. And is this going to be like something that's going to last for a little while, or is it like?
We've been running this for over a year. We plan to run it forever.
Okay, cool.
But with the whole 180-day Clio change that's going on, do it now.
Yeah. Do you have any idea though if, because someone was saying something to me about like the other day, where apparently since the way everyone now is like doing e-forms, which at the start of the e-forms it was like you waited 2 months, you got your tax stamp back, and then like everyone picked up on it and started jumping on that. If I mail in my stuff, will it be faster than me e-forming it?
No, it's not going to be any faster. It will take right now. I think it's about 2 months difference between doing the e-form and doing it by mail. The mail being about 2 months slower.
Okay. Here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab me a drink.
I'll see you guys later. The trust is cool. Something I need to think about. But I appreciate it. I need to get going to sleep. It's good talking to y'all. Talk to you later this week, man.
Alright, talk to you later.
You too.
All right, see you.
You too.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.